Sorry.
He's verdict, Your Honor.
This is Tuesday, October 4, 2022, and this is the case, another day of trial in the case of the State of Ohio plaintiff versus George Wagner IV, case number 2018 CR 155. The defendant is present in court today with his attorneys, John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented by the prosecuting attorney, Bob Johnson, by Special Prosecuting Attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also present is Ryan Schreiber, Special Agent with Ohio PCI 9. All right, we've convened here without the jury present. Were there any preliminary matters to be gone into before we call the jury up this morning?
Judge, I'm sorry. Yes, there is one preliminary matter we'd like to put on the record before the jury comes in. Judge, I guess this would be style of motion to eliminate, just to alert the court to an issue that we think is likely to come up. It may have come up already. But it concerns testimony or photographs or other evidence of other weapons that are not related to the actual murders. As the court knows, we have not disputed the actual ballistic evidence from the crime scenes itself. We've never disputed any of that. But we wanted to alert the court to a couple of cases from the Ohio Supreme Court where other weapons evidence was introduced in capital cases and found to be error. In fact, in the Joe Thomas case, State versus Joe Thomas, which is 152, Ohio State 3rd, 15, which is a 2017 decision from the Ohio Supreme Court. The capital case was reversed under the plain error standard when knives that were not the murder weapons were introduced into evidence against the defendant. Likewise, a more recent case, State versus Graham, Graham, that's a case from the Ohio Supreme Court in 2020 Ohio, 6700, particularly paragraph 64 through 92, was another case, another capital case, where it was error to admit photograph of a gun that was not the murder weapon. And so we bring these cases to the court's attention. That was found to be error, but not plain error, but error nonetheless. What we anticipate the state may be doing, based on the discovery, is showing photographs, ammunition, or spent shell casings that are not from the crime scene, that are not directly related to the disputed issues here. And so we think that would be error, and we bring that to the court's attention now, so you understand if we object to these photographs. And that was kind of touched on yesterday by Mr. Tackett, who testified about all these weapons in Billy's bedroom of the flying W. We know they have photographs of weapons from the flying W that are not related to the murders here whatsoever. They did recover what they believed to be the murder weapon. But that's very distinct evidence. That's not part of what we anticipate would be a problem. And the fact that they recovered murder weapons, that will come out, I'm sure, and we won't dispute that. But these other weapons, it's just not permissible to introduce, and the Ohio Supreme Court made that very clear. Further, during the discovery, there was something which I think the state would probably call a gun list that was recovered, probably from Jake, which lists various weapons which are not related to the murder. Once again, that's not proper for this case. So we wanted to bring this to the court's attention. So you understand why we're objecting, and that there's a recent, very strong case law that other weapons, whether it be knives or guns or anything else, that's not directly related to the homicide, is not admissible.
Let let me make sure I have those sites correct. Thomas, you said was 152 Ohio State 3rd, 15, was it? And Graham, 2020 Ohio, 5,700? 60,000.
And that's paragraphs 64 through 92 in particular, which discusses. That's from
I haven't read those, at least recently. The reasoning was, it went to propensity or something?
Yes,
Is that
that's
it?
exactly right. That's it. And I can give you a short quote if you'd like. But the court said in Thomas, at paragraph 36, it's federal and Ohio courts have recognized the introduction of other weapons evidence, i.e. irrelevant evidence of weapons unrelated to the charges, as error. And he goes on to cite cases and discuss it further. And they cite to other cases from other states. But there was a Colorado case involving knives and Thomas involved knives. But the Ohio Supreme Court concluded that by presenting other weapons evidence in the case the prosecution is engaging in the very conduct 404B was designed to prevent, parading evidence before the jury, merely to paint a picture of the accused as a bad person. And so, we think this is going to be an issue. If it's not an issue, then I'm sorry for wasting the court's time, but we believe it is going to be an issue, and it's an important issue, and we want to bring it to the court's attention.
All right, before I hear from the state on this, and I'm not sure you're prepared to argue it right now because I don't know when it was presented to you, but one of the difficulties I have, assessing whether this type evidence should be allowed is that, assuming the state's argument is going to have to do with the preparation or something of that nature, it seems to me that we're going to have some evidence of that from somebody in the know about why these weapons are being, or it just goes to propensity, it sounds like. Look, these people have a whole lot of guns, a whole lot of weapons, so they're more likely than not going to use them to hurt somebody. It seems to me we're going to have something, somebody who, if that's going to be the state's argument, we're going to have to, and I'm not asking the defense to agree that would make them permissible, but I'm saying that unless we have something like that to just present that these people have a whole lot of guns, I think does run to propensity, or sounds like it does.
The state will assure the court that any evidence with respect to weapons that were recovered from the Flying W or any other location in this case will have probative value that is tailored specifically to issues in this case. And there's a couple different issues where these weapons that are recovered from the Flying W are directly probative to issues that the defendant has put basically an argument in this case. First of all, the defendant talked about the list. So you're about to hear evidence here in the next probably day or two of a list of guns, an inventory of guns that was recovered from Jake Wagner's item. So he had this list. The defendant, his name is on that list, and under his list of guns is a .40 caliber and a .762 by .39 SKS. So you'll also hear actually recordings directly from this defendant's mouth, where in an attempt to cover up the conspiracy, remember, he's claiming that he didn't even know this happened. He's putting his identity as a conspirator at issue in this case. You'll hear recordings from his mouth where he's coaching Jake or working with Jake to help create the cover-up for the conspiracy by saying, Jake, that's just a wish list. We didn't have a bunch of those guns. That's just a wish list, something you created. Well, when they do the search of the Flying W, a bunch of those guns that are on that list are found at the Flying W. You know what's not found? It's that SKS and a .40 caliber Glock. So again, you can see that's one of the areas where it's probative. Another area where it's probative is you'll hear testimony from Jake that as part of the preparation for these murders, they actually tested out a couple of different guns. They tested out a 10/22, an actual rifle, a .22 rifle. They tested out a 9mm. They couldn't get the silencers just right on it. You'll see that those types of guns are on the wish list. Those types of guns are recovered from the Flying W. Not only that, but shell casings that could have been fired by those types of guns are found all over the property of Peterson Road where they were doing these types of test fires. So again, that's another way that it's probative. It's also probative because as part of the work in this case, when they go out and they find these guns with the Flying W, they have to, there's other 22s out there, there's 9mm out there, they have to do some work to rule those guns out as potentially being the guns that fired the shell casings at the scene. Another thing that's important as well is, again, you'll hear testimony that the types and calibers of the shell casings that are found at Peterson Road are the same types and calibers of the guns that were covered at the Flying W. That shows, again, the whole conspiracy, right? You've got two different locations. You've got different players in this conspiracy. It shows the actual existence of the conspiracy. So I give you that to just give you some kind of background on the types of evidence that you'll see to show why this is probative. It's not propensity at all. Right? It's not a crime to have guns, whatnot. It is important to help tell the story and to really kind of hone in on these probative issues of the case to present some of this evidence with respect to some of these guns and shell casings. So that's kind of where we're going. I want you to do it.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Just briefly, I think it's important for the court to understand this. This was obviously a very long, complex investigation. And certain things were done by the state, which are kind of going in a chronological order, more or less, of the investigation, which I understand and appreciate. I have no problem with that. However, once Jake turns state's evidence, all right, and leads them to the murder weapon, much of this prior investigation and much of that evidence simply does not become admissible because he's led them to the murder weapon. The murder weapons are not in question. Okay? So this gun list or these items that were found at the Flying W before that were part of the investigation and led them to do whatever they did, all right, that's part of the investigation. We don't dispute that's part of the investigation. But once Jake turns over the murder weapons, then some of this evidence that they were exploring or trying to figure out simply isn't relevant anymore because they have the murder weapon. So we bring this to the court's attention because this is a serious issue. We did file a motion in limine a long time ago in the case. I forget the exact motion number. It was in the 60s or 70s, I think. Concerning this with the Thomas case site and the other case sites. But we just bring it to the court's attention now because I think this is going to be a bone of contention quite likely. And I know the court wants to make the correct evidentiary ruling. And so we bring this to the court's attention.
But to the extent that this is an oral motion in limine, the court's going to deny it. You can object at the appropriate times throughout the presentation. I think the state's probably going to argue that this other evidence is evidence of the conspiracy and therefore involving your client. I think that's probably one of the arguments the state's going to make, and I'll be looking for that. But I'm a little concerned that we get into the presentation of these things before we have any testimony from somebody with direct knowledge that what they were doing with these guns or other weapons and bullets and so forth. And so I'm a little concerned that we stretch this out so far before we have something that ties it up, and then if we have something, we don't have something that ties it up as well as counsel's indicating your position is you're going to have. Where are we with the rest of it since we've let all this other stuff in?
Right. It's kind of a trick bag because to a certain extent we have to lay the foundation before we bring in that other, that other evidence talking about him denying these. We can't put on his statement of him telling Jake, hey, look, this is just a wish list, without first showing the list and then the existence of the gun and that kind of stuff. So, it's a little bit of a trick bag where we just kind of have to build. But we're laying that foundation right now with respect to the probative value of these guns and how they play into this defendant's, basically, knowledge of the existence of the conspiracy and what they did, his participation in the conspiracy, and his help to cover it up. So that's where we're going.
Well, I'm not going to order it excluded as a matter of in limine motion, but counsel, of course, can object at appropriate times during the presentation.
Yes, so I think this is it, right? This is the extent of it. Possibly. Oh, this is the one I kind of separated out. I don't know if there's anything more to that. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna, yeah. Yeah. Your Honor, if we could have just a moment, we were missing a document that I think defense thought they had provided. But, oh wait, yeah, there's more to it than this. I thought that was. Okay, so this is 25. Well, yeah.
Do you want to go off the record for a few minutes while you're sorting?
Yes,
could,
yes.
Let's go off the record.
Yeah, he was, he gave a gun drive to Bob and did a Dropbox. Did not have that. It said it was supposed to have it, but it wasn't there. Okay. Ryan's copying something for us. Okay.
seated. All right, we're back on the record now. Is counsel for each side ready to have the jury brought in?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We begin another day of trial. You will recall that when we recessed yesterday, that Tabitha Claytor, a witness called on behalf of the state of Ohio, was in the witness chair, and the state was conducting direct examination. So is counsel for each side ready to begin this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ask Ms. Claytor to step in. Ms. Claytor, this is continuous testimony, so I would just remind you, you recall taking an oath yesterday, oath or affirmation before occupying the witness chair?
Yes.
That oath is still in effect today, all right? So you may have a seat, and the state may continue its examination.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Welcome back. Ms. Claytor, we talked a lot yesterday, and we had talked about your relationship with George Wagner and how that progressed, and how initially you saw him for a short period of time and then broke up, but then reunited basically when you were a senior in high school, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you started living with him, and it progressed to marriage, and then approximately a year later, having a child, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you lived first at Bethel Hill and then eventually at Peterson Road after the house on Bethel Hill was burned down, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that we were talking about were kind of the family dynamics. And if you could just tell us what the family dynamics were there when you lived with the Wagners?
Very strange and controlling.
Okay. And when you say strange and controlling, can you tell us what observations did you make? What makes you say that?
Well, I mean, it's, if Angela made a rule, then you had to follow that rule.
And I believe you already talked some about, the fact that your family wasn't allowed around, that Angela was the one that went with you to the hospital instead of your own mother, and she spent the night with you at the hospital instead of George even, correct?
Yes.
Was there a time where you also wanted to breastfeed Bovine and that did not happen?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us why that happened?
Well, whenever we were at the hospital, Angela had said that since my son was still crying, he was still hungry, so I wasn't making enough. So I needed to formula feed him.
Okay. And did you get conflicting information from the lactate specialist who was at the hospital?
I'm sorry?
I would say medical treatment and diagnosis, Your Honor.
Well, it may be a leading question as well.
Okay. I can lay foundation, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Where did you go to have your son?
SOMC.
Okay. And while you were at SOMC, as part of having given birth to your first child, did you consult with a lactation specialist while you were in the hospital?
Yes.
And can you tell us what, if anything, the lactation specialist told you as far as your milk and...
Is there an exception to the hearsay rule? Here?
I would say this is medical hearsay, Your Honor. It's an exception as medical diagnosis or treatment.
That, yes.
Did you want to continue to try to breastfeed your son?
Yes.
Okay. However, was your son provided formula instead?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about if Angela made a rule that had to be followed. Were you ever aware of family meetings that the Wagners would have at their house?
Yes.
And can you tell us how would those occur? What would be the topics of discussion?
I don't know what the topics were. I was never allowed to be in those meetings.
Okay. And how did you know one of those meetings was occurring?
I was asked to leave.
Okay. And who would be involved in the family meetings?
George, Jake, Billy, and Angela.
And were you aware as to whether or not they took votes in those meetings?
Objection, she wasn't there.
Basis.
I asked if she's aware. It's a yes or no question, Your Honor.
She wasn't present.
Well, I'll answer yes or no to that question, but, all right. So,
What would be the foundation to the speculation?
well,
I'm
next-
asking
the
her
next
if
que-
she was aware.
the next question I may not allow, depending if there's no foundation for it, but she can answer a question, yes or no. You can ask her that question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you aware as to whether they took votes at that meeting, at those meetings?
Kind of.
Okay. What do you base your knowledge on?
Objection, Judge.
I'm
Now,
asking if she-
I'll overrule that. I'll let her answer that question. Now, that's a limited question, what you base that knowledge on.
Towards the end of the meetings, they would usually argue.
Okay. Were you ever informed of the outcome of any of those meetings?
Objection.
That's yes or no. That's a yes or no question.
What was the question?
Were you ever informed of the outcome of any of those meetings or any decisions that had been made as a result?
Yes.
You said yes. Okay. And can you tell us, at some point, did you learn that the Wagners had made a fake Facebook account for you?
Yes.
Objection is to who, Judge?
Well, it's leading, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Do you have Facebook accounts?
Yes.
Facebook accounts that you've created?
I've created some of them, but there's some that I have not.
Okay. Tell us about the ones that you did not create.
Objection. Foundation.
Your Honor, can we approach you?
you?
Okay. Tell us about the ones that you did not create.
There's one that's under Tabitha Wagner that says that I live in Marion, Ohio.
Objection is to content.
Say it again.
Objection is to content.
As to what?
The content of the statement.
Well, it may go beyond the question as well. I'm not sure what you're asking her.
Okay. How did you discover this Facebook account that you did not create?
Friends and family told me.
Okay. Did you locate the Facebook account?
Yes.
And did you confirm that you, in fact, had not created it?
Yes.
And what kind of information, was the information in it accurate?
No.
Okay. At that time, you lived with the Wagners, correct?
Yes.
Where did it indicate that you lived?
Marion, Ohio.
Did it also indicate a job?
Objection.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to
I take
overrule
call
that
hours.
objection. Let her answer.
Did it indicate a job that you had?
Yes.
And what was that job, if you recall?
Working at a motel.
Okay. Did you work at a motel at
No.
that time? Ms. Crater, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit EE1. If you would take a moment and look through those pages, it's multiple pages we put together. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that as?
a fake Facebook account for me.
Okay. And drawing your attention to the friends there, at the top of the page there, do you recognize any of those individuals?
Yes,
And who do you recognize those as?
this is George's family or their friends from the past.
Okay. And again, you did not create that account yourself?
No.
Okay. Did you give anybody permission to
No.
create that for you? Okay. Ms. Crater, were you working for a period of time when you lived with the Wagners?
Yes,
And where were you working?
at Crystal Springs,
Okay. And what is Crystal Springs?
the group home that Frederica Wagner owns.
Okay. That your mother also worked for?
Yes,
Okay. And when did you start working there?
March. I think right after we got married, I think. It was around the time of the wedding.
Around the time of the wedding that you started?
Yeah,
Okay. So I believe you testified yesterday, you graduated in 2012, correct?
yes,
And then got married the same year,
yes,
July of that year? And then you started working there at some point around that time?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Was there a time when you were unfaithful to George after you were married?
Yes,
Okay. And was it during the time that you were working at Crystal Springs?
yes.
Did George and the rest of the family find out about that?
Yes,
You ultimately told them.
yes.
And at that point, did the restrictions in your life get even more severe?
Yes.
Tell us what happened then.
I had gotten let go from my job. George took my phone from me and factory reset it and gave it to his mom. I wasn't allowed to answer the house phone or check the mail or go outside by myself.
And when you informed them of this, at that time were you pregnant with Bullvine?
Yes,
Okay. So you remained at the home with the Wagners?
yes,
Okay. And then you remained there until approximately a year after your son was born, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you feel when you were there that you could parent your child in the way that you wanted to?
No,
Tell us about that.
every night before we went to bed, I would be made to go take a nap while Angela played with my son.
So again, just more of her spending time with your child that you wanted to spend time with?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever tell George or have any discussions with him about wanting to have your own place and no longer living with the extended family?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his response?
That we lived on a farm, so we needed to all live together.
He was not interested in moving out?
No.
Why did you want to get your own place together?
So I could have a little bit more freedom with my own home.
Did you think it would also improve things between you and your husband?
Well, it's a leading question, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
What did you think it would do to your relationship with your husband if you had your own place?
It would improve it.
Did Jake or George work while you lived there?
They started work a little bit before the house burnt down on Bethel Hill.
And what were they doing?
Working at some, I think, a car part factory.
And did they keep that job?
For a very short time.
Okay. Did they ever go to school for anything past the homeschooling?
Yes.
And what school did they go to?
The Career Center in McDermott.
Career Center where?
In McDermott.
Okay. And what did they go there for?
Auto mechanics.
Okay. They go together, like at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did they ever get another job while you were with them?
Ms. George and Billy had a asphalt, they drove a semi-truck for an asphalt company.
You said George and Billy? had
Yes.
Asphalt?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
I think it was before I got pregnant.
Okay. And you mean, like they owned the business? They
No.
created the business? Okay. They worked at that business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know for how long that lasted?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. And do you remember any other jobs that they had?
They owned a semi-truck.
And what would they do with the semi-truck?
Get jobs and haul stuff, cattle.
Okay. can you tell us, Tabitha, we've talked a little bit about the event, or how long you stayed there. What made you leave when you left?
Me and George were in an argument and he slapped me.
Okay. And if you can tell us, first of all, do you recall when that happened?
A couple of months after my son's first birthday.
Okay. And when was your son born again? Was that July of?
2013.
Okay. You said a few months after his first birthday?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what led up to that argument?
Me not cleaning the kitchen after Angela had made lunch.
After Angela had done what?
Made lunch.
Okay. And so tell us about that. How did you know you were supposed to do that?
She told me to get it cleaned up while her and Hannah went to pick up a toy for the kids.
And did you do that?
No,
Why not?
because my son had woke up, so I laid with him to take a nap, so he could take a nap.
Okay. Was your son already napping at the time that
Yes.
Angela asked you to do that? Okay. And where were the rest of the people? Where was Jake and George at that time?
They were, I think Jake was with Billy driving the truck, and George was building the building that was beside the house.
Doing what?
Building the shed that is beside the house.
Okay. And I've been having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but if you can just make sure you're close to yeah, you're good. Thank you. Okay, so what happens then? Jake and Billy are gone, George is doing the shed, and Hannah and Angela have gone to pick up a toy. And your son wakes up, and so you lay down with him so he'll go back to sleep,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So then what happens?
Angela and Hannah come back and see that I didn't clean up the mess.
So what happens then?
Then me and Angela start to argue.
Okay. Did you explain to her what had happened?
Yes.
And what happened then?
George didn't like that I was yelling at his mother.
Basis of that is, I'll overlook.
How did you know he didn't like that? What happened?
He came in and started smacking me with a belt.
And where in the house were you at that time?
In the kitchen doorway.
And what happened then?
We went to the bedroom.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
Me and George.
Okay. And what happened there? He objected, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Oh,
sorry, Your
another
Honor.
objection? I'm sorry.
I object.
Basis is
Relevant.
overruled.
What happened in the bedroom?
I was gonna go out and sit on the porch so I could calm down and not be so angry.
Okay. So you wanted to go outside to just be by yourself, calm down, and not be as angry?
Yes.
Okay. Were you permitted to go outside?
No.
How were you not permitted to go outside?
George stood in front of the door and wouldn't let me.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
I bit him and tried to rip his nuts off.
Okay. When you say you bit him, where did you bite him?
On his arm, up towards his armpit.
Okay. And why did you bite that area of his arm? What was he doing at that point?
He had his arm against the door, not letting me go through it.
Okay. Did he let you pass at that point?
He grabbed a hold of his nuts so his arm moved, so that's whenever I ran out the door.
And then what did you do?
I started walking through the yard, and then George and Angela came outside to try to tell me to come back inside.
And what happened outside?
I told them that I was not going to go back inside, that I was going to leave, and so Angela threw a board at me, and then told George that she was going to go inside and get a gun.
When you say she threw a board at you, what kind of a board?
A 2x4.
And both Angela and George were outside with you at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And then Angela says she's going to go get a gun.
Yes.
At any point outside, did George have physical contact with you?
Yeah, before the argument got really worse, we were outside and we were arguing, and he told me I needed to stop screaming or he was going to smack me, and so I screamed louder, and so he smacked me.
Okay. And where did he smack you?
In the face.
Okay. And then, what was your response to that?
I told him that he just signed his divorce papers.
Did he just sign his divorce papers because he smacked you?
Yes.
Okay. So when Angela says she's going to go get a gun, what do you do?
I continue going out the yard and through the fence, and I hid underneath of George's truck.
You said you hid under George's truck?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, where were George or Angela at that point?
I assume they were going in to get whichever gun they chose.
They did not chase you at that time?
No.
Okay. And can you tell us what time of the day this argument first started? And I don't mean an exact time, but was it the afternoon? Was it the evening?
It was near evening.
Okay. Was it dark when the argument occurred?
It started to get dark.
Okay. And did you have any more contact with them while you were still there, hiding under George's truck?
No.
Did you see any of them? Did they
There
appear to?
were flashlights.
Okay. You said there were flashlights, plural? More than
Yes.
one flashlight?
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, where were you?
I was still underneath the George's truck.
Okay. And can you just explain to us, like, how under his truck you are? Like, how are you positioned in relation to?
Under the cab, basically.
Okay.
Right behind the front tires.
Did they find you?
No.
Did they eventually give up looking for you?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I got out from underneath of the truck and went to the barn and got my bicycle.
Okay. And at that time, how many barns were on that property?
Just one.
Okay. And was that the older barn?
Yes.
Okay. You had a bicycle there?
Yes.
Okay. When they were out with the flashlights, were they saying anything? Were they calling to you at all, or
No.
they were just looking?
They were just moving around the yard and underneath of things.
Okay. Did they ever look underneath the truck?
Not that I can remember.
And you got your bicycle, you said, and what did you do?
I left. I went to the gas station up the road by McDonald's.
Okay. And can you tell us, at that point, was it dark?
Yes.
Okay. And dark out there, right, in the country? Approximately how far is that to the gas station?
Driving, it's about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay. And can you tell us why were you hiding from them?
I didn't want to get shot.
And did you make it to the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. Did you encounter anybody along the way?
Yes.
Tell us who.
George and Jake in their red Suburban.
And what did they say to you?
They were trying to get me to get in the car so we could go home.
Did you agree to get into the car?
No.
What, if anything, did you say to them?
I told them that I wasn't going to live with them if they're going to hit me.
And what happened then? Or did you tell them where you were going?
I told them that I was going to go to the gas station so I could call my mom so she can come and get me.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
And how were you able to make that phone call at the gas station?
The cashier working that night gave me her cell phone.
You still did not have a phone with you?
No.
You called your mom,
Yes.
and did your mom come?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how long after you called your mom did she come?
maybe about an hour and a half, about 2 hours.
Okay. And did you call the police?
No,
Okay. Were you offered to call the police?
yes,
Who offered that to you?
the cashier,
Okay. You declined?
yes.
Okay. Did you then see any more of the Wagners and/or police?
Yes, I seen both of them.
Okay. And can you tell us which of the Wagners did you see?
All 4 of them plus Hannah.
Okay. So Jake, George, Angela, Billy, and Hannah?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know where the children were at that time?
no,
And did they remain in their car or did they get out of their car?
they got out and talked to the cop that was there.
Okay. And so the police also were there. What happened then?
The Wagners left and I was still sitting in the cop car waiting for my mom.
Okay. So you were at some point you got into the cop car?
Yes, he had me sit in there.
Okay. Did you become aware that the Wagners or George, someone filed a complaint against you?
Yes,
Okay. And what type of complaint was that?
domestic violence.
Okay. And what was alleged against you?
That I was causing a big fuss at home and dragging my child across the floor.
Did you drag your child across the floor?
No, I did not.
So you went, your mother picked you up. Where did you go when you left? When she picked you up?
Back to her house.
Okay. And who lived at her house at that time?
It was her and my stepdad and my little sister,
Okay. And what's your little sister's name?
Christina.
Chrissy or Christy?
Christina.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Did you ever go back to live with the Wagners after that?
No.
Okay. And did you press any charges against anybody that night?
No.
What happened with the criminal charges?
George gave me the money to pay some sort of fine that I guess he said that was supposed to be paid. And then George said that the charges were dropped.
And do you remember approximately how much after this thing happened that the charges were dropped?
It's just a couple of days, maybe a week.
And during this time, did you and George, or one or the other of you, move for a divorce or dissolution?
He filed for one.
Okay. And do you have a recollection of how soon after this happened that he filed for?
Just a couple of weeks.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did he have an attorney?
Yes.
Do you know who that attorney was?
No, I just remember it was a female.
Okay. And did you have an attorney?
No,
Why not?
because when we got divorced, since I didn't have my own place or a job, then he was supposed to have our son until I got a place.
Okay. And let me ask you also, were you able to afford an attorney at that time?
No, I had no job.
Okay. So did you meet with his attorney?
I met her once when George went to see her.
Okay. Did you meet him there, or did he take you, or do you recall?
I can't remember.
Okay. So you indicated that at that time you did not have your own place to live, and nor did you have a job at the time of the dissolution, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you indicated that he was supposed to have your son because of that, and that, what was your understanding of once you got a job or your own place, and your own place?
we were supposed to go back to court and we were supposed to do the 50-50 shared parenting.
Okay. That was something you discussed with George?
Yes,
Okay. And that was your understanding?
yes.
And what was your understanding of what the agreement that you signed, what was your understanding of what that was, or what it said?
That I was supposed to have supervised visits whenever we both agreed on a place and a time.
Okay. And whenever you both agreed, correct?
No, I didn't agree on that.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said you were to have supervised visits and at whatever time you both agreed?
Yes,
Is
well,
that what you said?
yes,
Okay,
the time and place for the visitation we were supposed to agree on.
okay. So based on your understanding of the agreement, did you believe that George alone got to decide when you get to see Bullvine, sorry, your son, or did you believe that you would have input into that and you guys would reach an agreement about that?
I thought that me and him would talk about it and figure out when we both had time to see him.
Okay. And is that what happened?
No,
Okay, tell us about that.
after we got divorced, it was about a year before I got to see my son again.
And why was that?
Because George wouldn't let me.
Did you seek out or try to have opportunities to see your son during that time period?
Yes,
And in fact, was there a point where you got a job and moved out of your mother's home?
yes.
And can you tell us, were there times that you were told that you could see him, but then,
Objection.
It is leading, so sustain the objection.
you indicated that it was approximately a year before you were ever able to see your son,
Yes.
correct? Tell us if you ever attempted to make arrangements or did make arrangements.
Yes, I had asked him multiple times if I can come and see him, and he would either say not right now, or we would make a time, or he would tell me a time that I could come to his house and see him.
And would you see him during those times where he, well, first of all, what excuses would he give you as far as not right now?
That they were busy or they weren't going to be home.
And tell me about a time where you were given a time.
The first time I got to see him again, me and George met at McDonald's.
And you were able to see him then?
Yes, to drop off his Christmas presents.
And if I told you that your dissolution was final in January of 15, first of all, does that match your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So would have it been that first Christmas, like December, like basically 11 months later that you were able to meet? Or was it?
Yes, it was later that year.
Okay. And that was the first time you saw him after you had left in November of 2014?
Yes.
And during that time, before you were able to see him the first time, did he ever agree to meet you but then not be there?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I would ask him what day I can come over, and if he did make a day and a time for me to come over, I would either be in the driveway asking where he's at, or I would be about halfway there, and he would tell me that they're not home right now.
Okay. And you said there was a time when you arrived at his home, but your son was not present?
Yes.
Okay. Was anybody in your family allowed to accompany you when you were granted visits?
Only the first time at McDonald's, and that was because he didn't know that she was with me.
Okay. And who is she?
My mother.
Okay. Were you also told your sister could not accompany you on any visits?
All right, I'll sustain the objection, it's a leading question.
Were you ever told any other relative was not allowed to accompany you on visits?
Yes, none of my sisters or anyone could come with me.
And did George give you a reason as to why your sister or sisters could not?
Because he did not like them.
How many times would you say you were granted visits with your son? If we start with the McDonald's in December of 2015, that gets us into 2016. How many times approximately would you say you got to see your son in 2016?
Maybe 7 or 8 times.
And where would those visits occur?
At George's house.
And did you ever meet with an attorney about the issues you were having with visitation during 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that attorney, who that was?
No, I do not remember his name.
Okay, and how did you know to go to that attorney, or how did you choose that attorney?
That's where my mom took me. He said that he would give me a free consultation.
Okay. And did he give you a free consultation?
Yes.
Okay. And did he give you advice as to how to proceed in trying to regain contact with your son?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow his advice?
Yes.
Did he ever file anything for you in 2015?
I don't believe so.
Was part of his advice to,
Objection is leading.
what was his advice?
Sustained.
What did you do as a result of his advice?
I had called or texted George and told him that I needed to see him, and I would make a note of when I seen him, or when I attempted to see him.
Okay. And did you ever write him a letter in the regular mail?
Yes, I personally put one in his mailbox, and then I mailed him one. It was the Pike County or Ohio's shared parenting plan.
Okay. And why did you give him the shared parenting plan?
That's what the attorney advised me to do.
Okay. And in the shared parenting plan, you would have received more and regular visitation with your son, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what you were seeking at that time?
No.
Okay. You were trying to get contact with your son?
Yes.
And can you tell us when you would visit your son, did he recognize you as his mother?
No.
Tell me about that.
I wasn't allowed to tell him that I was his mother.
Why? Or who told you that?
And George told me not to mention anything about a mother because my son's cousin was there and she had just lost her mother.
Okay. And that would have been then, obviously, at some point after April of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you become aware of the fact that the Wagners, Jake, George, Billy, Angela, your son, went to Alaska?
No.
Okay. When was your first awareness of that?
I believe it was about a week or two after they had moved down there.
Okay. And how did you find out?
Pretty sure it was a friend that told me.
Okay. And so you had not received any notice in advance that they were going to take your son and move to Alaska?
Please.
It's summarizing what you
Well,
wrote.
All right, I'll sustain the objection to the form of the question if you want to ask it another way.
Did you get notice before they left to go to Alaska?
No.
what did you do as a result of that?
I had called and asked him why he left without telling me.
And what was his response?
That it's his son, he needs to do what's best for him.
Did you tell him that you felt that violated your agreement?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of how long they were in Alaska?
About a year.
And during that time, were you able to have contact with your son?
No.
Did you have any contact by phone with him?
No, every time I tried to call and talk to him, he said that he was either too busy or he was asleep.
Did you eventually file for change of custody?
No.
Okay. At any time did you? Like in 2018, did you, I guess?
Objection.
Basis of that.
She answered the question.
That's the answer.
Well, I'll overrule it, let her answer.
Okay. At some point, did you file something with the courts regarding your son?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you eventually get custody of your son?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us when that was?
It was 2018, I believe.
Okay.
You're going to do a joint, don't make it. Okay.
Okay, I've now remarked this as joint exhibit number 1. If you can just look through this and tell me if you recognize that at all.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recognize that as?
This is our divorce papers.
Okay. And it's entitled on the front page as Judgment Entry Decree of Dissolution, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the file date there shows a January of 15 date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know that you necessarily have had an opportunity to look through all of that, but does that look like the agreement that you entered into with George Wagner?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go to the page 30 of that document, do you see in the upper right-hand corner?
Okay.
Okay. In that paragraph A, it says that the husband shall be named the custodial and residential parent with responsibility for the care, residential the parties agree that they will cooperate.
That, I was going to be able to go pick up my son and take him to dinner or just to watch a movie or something like that, and then drop him back off.
Okay. So as far as supervised, you didn't recognize that that meant only at their house, only with them present, the Wagners present?
Yes.
Okay. But you did believe that, again, the parties would be agreeing to reasonable times as opposed to George deciding whether or not you get to see your son?
Yes.
And again, during that first year of 2015, did you see him for any holidays other than Christmas at McDonald's? During that first year?
No.
And again, I believe you already indicated that your belief was that agreement would go to shared parent, the 50-50, I think you called it, at the point that you had your own place and had a job, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Wagner, when you said that you gained custody in 2018, was that the result of George agreeing to that, or was that a court decision?
What was that?
When you said you got custody back of your son in 2018, was that because George gave your son back to you, or was it the result of a court action?
It was a court action.
Okay. And Ms. Claytor, can you tell us, when you were having contact with the Wagners, George, prior to them moving to Alaska, so during that, then I think 2016 is when you were start actually to have some contact with your son, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there ever a time when you had seen your son, well, first of all, did they know, you had made them aware already that you were seeking more contact and contemplating court action, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time when something occurred after you had visited your son at their house?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
I got pulled over by, I think it was State Highway Patrol, because there was a call that I was waving a gun around and throwing trash out, and that I had drugs in my car.
Okay. And how did you know that was what somebody had said?
Well, I'm going to let her answer that question, how she knew.
Okay. How did you know that?
That's what the cop had told me.
And as a result of that, did you offer for him to look into your car and see if there was any of the items that were alleged to have been there?
Yes.
Okay. And did he find anything?
He didn't look.
Okay. And Ms. Claytor, have you ever had a drug problem at all?
No.
Was there another time that something happened after you had visited your son at the Wagner residence?
Yes.
And can you tell us, do you recall when that would have been?
Was around Mother's Day or Easter.
And what year would that have been? Do you recall?
2016.
And can you tell us what happened?
My 6-month-old daughter became unresponsive, so we took her to the emergency room where they did tests and found drugs in her system.
Tell me, first of all, this was a child of yours.
Yes.
She was 6 months old at the time.
Yes.
And had she been with you at the Wagner residence that day?
Yes.
And tell us what kinds of interactions she had with the other people in the home.
She had stayed on my hip for a while until Angela had asked to see her. And so I gave her to her so she could see her while I went and used the restroom.
other than that time period where you were in the restroom, was your daughter out of your view while you were at the Wagner's that
No.
day? And did you make it back home before you noticed that about your daughter as far as her physical condition?
Yeah, I had made it home.
Okay. And when you say she was unresponsive, what do you mean by that?
She was just laying there staring off into space. I went to pick her up and she was as limber as a newborn.
And what did you do as a result of that?
I had woke my husband and we took her to the emergency room,
Okay. And do you recall where you went?
the SOMC.
And you indicated that they did some tests. And do you know what drug they found in her system?
Xanax.
Were you prescribed Xanax at all?
No,
Your husband?
no,
Did you have any Xanax in your home at all?
no.
And had you been anywhere else that day?
No.
And as a result of that, was there a children's service investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did both you and your husband submit to drug tests?
We did, but they did not do them at the hospital.
Okay. Did you volunteer to do them at the hospital?
Yes.
But you did take tests later?
About a week later.
Okay. And were those negative?
Yes.
At the time that happened, did you voice your concerns or suspicions that it had happened at the Wagner house?
Not at first, no.
Okay. Did you ultimately voice that
Yes.
concern and suspicion? Okay. And again, that was during the time frame where you were actively trying to get more contact and custody of your child.
Yes.
Is your son still with you?
Yes.
Along with your two daughters, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you were in the home, we talked about your relationship with Hannah, where you said you were both competing for Angela's affection, basically.
Yes.
Right, okay. And can you tell us, after Hannah left that home, did you have contact with her?
Yes.
Okay, and what form would the contact be in?
Unless we ran into each other at a store somewhere, it was over text.
Okay. And did you also Facebook message with her?
Yes, that's how we texted.
Okay. And why do you text that way?
It's convenient.
Okay. And can you tell us, Ms. Wagner, we talked about your Facebook, the one that you yourself had not created, that I showed you earlier. You did have a Facebook that you created and you communicated through, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was it through that Facebook profile that you communicated with Hannah Rhoden?
Yes, it was through the one that I created.
Okay. And regarding that Facebook account, had you ever given anybody else permission to look at or operate or handle your account other than yourself?
No,
Okay. And every Facebook account has a password, correct?
yes,
Okay. Did you ever provide that Facebook password to anybody?
no,
Specifically, did you ever provide it to George or Angela or Billy or Jake Wagner?
no,
Did they ever have your permission to look at your Facebook
no.
account? And if you can tell us, when you say you text Hannah Mae, is that on the public page where everybody can see it, or is it a private message that you send?
Private.
Okay. So unless somebody were logged into your account, they would not be able to see those private messages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall having conversations about the time that both you and Hannah lived at the Wagner residence with Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, okay. Well, yeah, why don't we do that? Okay. Ms. Clater, I'm going to approach you with what I'm marking as State's Exhibit EE2. Ms. Clater, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit EE2. And you will note that there are markings on this currently with yellow highlighting. I'm going to refer you specifically first to a message from March 25th of 2015. Are you able to see that? Your eyes aren't as bad as mine are at this point in life.
I can see it.
Okay. So the highlight is over there to the right of that particular message. And first of all, if you can look at that, it appears to have been a message from Hannah to you. And if you can read that, and if you can tell us if you recall receiving that Facebook message from Hannah Rhoden.
It says, I just want to say I'm sorry for being a bitch
So wait a minute.
when,
The question, listen to the question and answer the question.
Okay, do you recognize that as a message you received from Hannah?
yes.
Okay, and if you could go ahead and tell us what it says.
It says, I just want to say I'm sorry for being a bitch when you was down there and being rude and shit. That's honestly not who I am. That's who I was told to be. But you can text me if you want, if you have my number.
Okay. Do you recall receiving that message from Hannah Rhoden?
Yes.
Okay, in March of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, as to that message, did anybody other than yourself have permission to access or view it?
No.
Then referring you to, there are some additional messages, all from March 28th of 2015, and the marking is to the left of that. It starts with, so Cody said,
Yes.
okay. Again, if you can look over that and tell me if you recall receiving that message, or that, receiving and replying
Yes.
to that message chain. Okay. And can you tell us what that says?
I said, so Cody said you and Jake are going to be going through a custody thing. Hannah says, yeah, trying to get a job. And she also says we are supposed to go to court over it. I said, well, you are the mother, so it shouldn't be hard on your part. But we are dealing with Angela. And then I also said, and we know how she gets when it comes to Vine and Sons.
Sorry, Jeff. Didn't wait that-
Yeah, we have some
Perfect
competing
time.
noise out there. So I just ask you to keep your, now that the noise is over, could you answer the question again?
Yes.
She had, maybe she needs to give that again.
Okay, the last part you said, of where, just start where you said, well, you are the mother, and then read from there. I think that's when the,
I said, well, you are the mother, so it shouldn't be hard on your part, but we are dealing with Angela. And you know how she gets when it comes to Vine and Suds.
okay. And who is Vine?
My son,
Okay. And who is Sons?
her daughter,
Whose daughter?
Hannah Rhoden's daughter.
Okay. And that's a nickname for her?
Yes,
Okay. And what is her actual name?
Sophia.
Okay. And do you recall having that conversation with Hannah Rhoden on Facebook in March of 2015?
Yes,
And same question, did anybody other than yourself have permission to access that, those Facebook messages?
no,
referring you down to May 17th of 2015. I believe there's another marking along this side
Yes.
where it starts out with, have you gotten to see Vine lately? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And first, if you can kind of look over that from May 17th. And do you recall having that conversation?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us what it says?
Hannah Rhoden asked me if I've gotten to see Vine lately. I said, no, not yet. Every time I set a date to see him, George has something to do or somewhere to go. He tells me he will message me back when he gets home, but then he never messages me back. Hannah says, uh-oh, I would be really upset. I would say I'm scared to death that they are going to try and take Sophia. I said, oh, I am, and it kills me. Well, you know, since y'all was not married, she goes to you automatically. And he is the one that gets to see her every other weekend or whatever. Hannah says, yeah, I know, but they could fight that. I said, yeah, but a judge ain't gonna take her away from you. You have a good home and people to help take care of her. She says, I know. I'm trying to get me a place as soon as possible and a job.
And once again, Ms. Clater, do you recall having that conversation with Hannah Rhoden back in May of 2015?
Yes.
And once again, did anybody other than yourself have permission to access and look at that message?
No.
And just for clarification, it says there Tabby Breach. Can you tell us who Tabby Breach is?
Breach is my maiden name.
Okay, so that is in fact you,
Yes.
correct? Okay. If, I don't have my watch on today, so I apologize. If it's time for a break, that's,
Well,
or I can keep
it's actually a
going.
little past time. If we take our 15-minute break now, then do you want to go a little longer before lunch?
I can keep going if, you know, perhaps we should ask the jury.
Or we can
I'm
take-
happy to go and then break for lunch.
Or we can take our lunch break now or in a few minutes. It's 11:20, 11:22 is what my watch says. So if we go to 11:30, we may want to break. Do you want to do that? Go to 11, another 5 or 10 minutes and then break? Does that satisfy counsel for the defense as well? Let's do that and then we just take our lunch break that way, a little early. If the jury, if any jury member has an urgent need right now, raise your hand for me. All right, so we'll go about another 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
Seeing no hands in the air.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit EE3. And there's a long line there. First of all, if you can look at that, there's May 28th of 2015 appears to be a conversation between you and Hannah, but if you could look at that and tell me if you recall having that conversation.
Yes.
Okay. And if you could tell us what that conversation says, starting with going day by day.
It says going day by day, same as you get to see Suds. I try to see Vine, but don't have a ride on the weekends, and George is working through the week. He says, and he won't meet me anywhere, even though the papers say both parties have to agree. Hannah says, what do your papers say? I said that both parties, as in me and George, have to agree on a place and time, but when I ask him to meet me somewhere, because it costs $20 every time I go down there, if he would meet me somewhere, he says no. The judge gave me Vines the judge gave Vine to me, so it's his home only. It's where he is most comfy, but he's just fine going to other people's homes, and everywhere else he won't even meet me at McDonald's. Hannah says, I know. I said, plus every time I go down there, he has some reason, oh, Vine just went to sleep, or you can only be about 5 minutes, we're leaving soon, or something. Last time I was gonna go down there and stay for a few hours and see Vine. Well, George and I was talking about it, and we made plans for me to come over on a Saturday around noon, so Vine wouldn't be napping. Would it be? Well, it was raining that day, so I told George we would be going inside, me and my sister. Can I leave her name out of that?
Sure.
Well, he said that my sister had to drop me off and leave and come back when I was done. She don't have a phone for me to tell her I was done, so he said to have her wait by Joe's gate out by 32 or 23, whatever that road is. I asked why she can't just sit in the driveway in her car, and he gives me the BS reason and told me if I was gonna see Vine, I needed to get there because he was about to sleep, so we pulled out. We called the law, and they said that it's his land and we can't do anything. I said, what the heck is the law there for if they ain't gonna do anything? I said, what are they good for other than eating donuts and drinking coffee? Hannah says, exactly. Why is he that way? I said, because of what happened a long time ago, you probably heard about us fighting about it. We was always arguing over it, about what happened to me and my sisters a long time ago. that don't bother us, but he blames every one of my, what he calls problems on. Hannah says, yeah, I heard about it. That is what always gets brought up. I said, yeah, well, it happened forever ago, and it happened to... Can I leave the name out of that part? Thank you. But because we didn't say anything to anyone, he says my whole family is child molesters, and that's why he was going to make my sister come, leave and come back. But we was little kids. We didn't know what was happening or that it was wrong, nor does it bother us today. Yeah, we wonder now why it happened, but it doesn't change anything. I am who I am, and they are who they are.
Okay. And once again, Ms. Clater, I believe she says she's doing an experiment and she'll get back to you
Yes.
next. But regarding that portion of the conversation, do you recall having that conversation with Hannah Rhoden over Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And once again, did anybody other than yourself have permission to access those messages and view them?
No.
Referring you down to the bottom of the page, I believe there's a few more, just a few lines there. Where it says, let's see.
It's not working.
Oh, okay. That's because. Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit EE4. And again, it looks like it is a continuation of that same date, May 28, 2015.
Would this be a good time to break since we're going into a new, I don't want to cut things off, but
I mean, it's up to the court, Your Honor.
will this be lengthy, this one? Or?
It's not as lengthy, but.
All right. Why don't we take a break at this time?
Okay.
We've been going at it quite a while, and it's 11:32. So we'll take our lunch break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while you're on our noon break, or what we refer to as our lunch break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning the case. You're not to do any research concerning the case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. You're not to read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of this case from any source whatsoever. You're to have no contact with any participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. We'll be in recess until 12:40. That's just a little bit more than an hour. So 12:40, assemble at the jury room. You'll be brought up from the jury room by court personnel. Does counsel for either party have anything before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we are in recess until 12:40. Seated. Is counsel for each side ready to have the jury brought up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, just
Oh.
one short matter. Brought to my attention that one camera may be capturing the image of the juror.
Oh,
That's just the back of their head or something, I'm not sure. But I would ask the court to remind the media of the rules.
okay. Yeah, I think maybe the cameraman is aware that we're trying to locate. We have changed the location of the camera, however, because the camera for court TV was up here, and so that's a little bit more precarious place to have the camera, but we are, of course, avoiding any camera shots of any jurors. Do you feel like it's adjusted now to, this is everything? So let's bring the jury up. You may all be seated. All right, when we recessed for lunch, Tabitha Clater was on the witness stand, and the state was conducting direct examination. Are we ready for the witness to be put back on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Ms. Clater, of course, the oath that was administered to you yesterday is still in effect, so you'll have a seat there in the witness chair. The state may continue direct examinations.
Thank you, Your Honor. I took away the document that I had just given you, Ms. Clater,
Okay.
so I will give that back to you, but also, giving you back EE3 because there's one line at the bottom of that provides some more context here. So if you could look at the very last line in EE3 and then continue up on EE4 through that. And I believe those have the date of May 28th of 2015. If you could just look at those and tell me if you recognize that conversation.
Yes.
And is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on Facebook Messenger on May 28th of 2015?
Yes.
And could you go ahead and tell us what that says?
Hannah said he wants me to sign her over 50%. He's got a lawyer person, I guess. I said, if it were me, I'd say no, but it's up to you. I'd just get it where it's, you were the residential parent, and he comes and gets her every other weekend, like they're making you do. See, if I had listened to my mom the first time, that's what I would have done, but he tricked me. George did say until we get everything straightened out, he was going to have Vine. Then once everything was all sorted out, he was going to do the 50-50 thing, but he lied. Hannah said, I'm not signing her over. I've told him he will have to fight me in court for her. I'm sorry to tell him they won't win either, but I'm being sort of nice right now about it. If he pisses me off, I won't be. I said, I would stand my ground, don't let them trick you like they did me. Good, you're stronger than me. And then Hannah said, I'm not falling for their tricks. They've got something up their sleeves, but I've got a very intelligent uncle who would help me out. When Jake choked, Hannah said, when Jake choked me, George brought up the fact that I got raped and nothing was done about it. But I never told anyone because the person who done it told me he would go away for a long time. If I could change time, I would, but now everyone knows it happened. I said, yeah, everything was just fine till my sister got mad one day and told her boyfriend to get back at Mom or Dave, and I was talking to Mom on speaker, and he, being George, heard and got all kinds of mad, and one day George and I was talking about how George didn't want Freddie and them around Vine, and Angela had to bring up the facts of the past. Hannah says, yeah, they're good at bringing up the past. I said, I know. Heaven forbid you bring up their past. They say they did what they had to survive, but no, they didn't. If that's the case, we had to do what we had. We had to do what we did to make it in this world.
Okay. And once again, Ms. Clater, was that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And can you tell us if anybody else other than yourself had permission to access those messages or read those messages?
No.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit EE5. The June 2nd of 2015, starting with, yeah, what has the lawyer said? Do you see that at the top of the page, top of your page?
Hannah says, yeah, what has the lawyer said about the papers from when you signed a Vine over? I'm not trying to be nosy, just concerned for you. I'll help you in any way possible. I never seen the papers. I really have no idea of how it works, like you're part of custody. I said, well, he said that the papers are crap and the judge should have never signed them because it don't have any reasons why the visits have to be supervised, nor by whom they need to be supervised by, and that the visits need to be made between George and I. We both have to agree on a place and time, but he is thinking it is his choice only. And that he has full custody of Vine, but he don't. He's just the residential parent. Hannah said, see, I never knew any of that crap about the custody. It sucks. I'm scared for when I go because they do have brains and money. I know, but it still worries me to death thinking I'll lose her.
Okay. And once again, Ms. Clater, do you recognize that conversation as a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on June 2nd of 2015 on Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And the same question, did anybody else other than yourself have permission to access those messages or see those messages?
No.
Okay. And then, I believe it's June 15th. Mine are spaced different, of course. About this one. Yep. Okay. If you could please first look at that marked area and tell me if you recognize that as a conversation you had with Hannah Rhoden.
Yes.
Okay. And go ahead and tell us what that says, please.
Hannah says, I swim almost every day when I don't have Sophia. It takes my mind off of so much. They told me not to talk to you because you hate my guts. I said, yeah, okay, I didn't like you before, but that was only because you was doing what you thought was right, and if it was turned around, then I would have done the same to you as they told you to do to me. So yeah, but no, I don't hate you now. She says, yeah, I did everything they told me to, and I'm sorry I was so mean to you and never gave you a chance. But they told me were mean and such. I said, yeah, they can trick anyone, but it's all good now.
Okay. And who is the they that you were talking about in that conversation?
George, Jake, Billy, and Angela?
Okay. And is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on June 15th of 2015 on Facebook?
Yes.
And was that a private conversation between
Yes.
you and Hannah? And did anybody else have any permissions from you to view any of your private messages, this one in particular or any others?
No.
Okay. And heard you what's been marked as State's Exhibit EE6. There's two different areas there. The first one in November of 2015. At this point, do you know that Hannah is pregnant at that point with her second child?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can look at the one where it starts with you saying something to her, and there's only two well, I guess you can go 3 lines there. So go ahead and look at that and tell me if you recognize that as a conversation that you had with Hannah.
Yes.
And if you could tell us what that says.
The first one here, right?
Where it starts out LOL.
Yes.
Yep.
I said, LOL, well, at least this time you don't have to have someone telling you how to take care of your kid, and Hannah said, true.
And again, can you tell us what you're referring to there?
The baby that Hannah was carrying in these messages was her second, and that one does not belong to the Wagners, so they can't tell her what to do with it.
Okay. And then I believe there's another one on November 11th that starts with yelp.
Hannah said, yep, things were different. I had my family together, but it's better this way. I said, yeah, that's what I tell myself to keep me going, is that no, I don't have my family all under one roof, but at least my son won't grow up around a mommy and a daddy fighting all of the time. Hannah says, me and Jake didn't fight a lot around Sophie. Angela always took her. The day he choked me, I was beyond done.
And then can you read that next one? I'm sorry if I didn't mark that on the very next line.
I don't have one. That was the last line.
You know, that would explain that. Sorry. Okay, this EE7 will finish that conversation at the very top line.
I said, yeah, she would do the same to us, but I think that if we moved out, then we would probably still be together, because I still love him, I really do. I always have and always will, but I couldn't take having to ask to do something with my own son. And then that night, he wouldn't let me go outside by myself for a few minutes to cool off. So I got loud, and then he slapped me. Then Angela came out and told George she was gonna go get the gun after throwing a board at me. But yet I'm the one that got in trouble and almost got arrested and went to jail.
Okay. And again, Ms. Claytor, is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on November 11th of 2015 on
Yes.
Facebook? Okay. And once again, did anybody else have your permission to access those messages or look at them at all?
No.
Okay, and then the next, again, on November 11th, where you say almost 5 years? Or Hannah says almost 5 years, sorry. Is that on that sheet?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Hannah said, almost 5 years and a marriage down the drain. We still have matching tattoos, and he still tells me he loves me and is waiting for me to come home. I just don't see that happening, honestly. I don't want to live like that. I said, I don't blame you, nor do I. Hannah said, if they could all change their ways of being controlling and I could actually leave to go see my mom and dad without them flipping out, it would have been different. Me and Jake's been split up for 8 months and I'm pregnant, so that just makes me feel like a big whore.
Okay. So once again, Ms. Claytor, is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden through Facebook Messenger on November 11th of 2015?
Yes.
And did anybody else other than yourself have permission to access that message or view that message or anything else?
No.
There must be something else marked on yours. For November 15th,
Yes.
okay? Starting with, he's still not, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said, he's still not going to let me see him. Every time I go to see him, he's always saying that he has to work on Bernie's truck. Hannah said, so Angela is always there. I said, yeah, I know. And I asked him what the problem was with me being there when she was there, and he said she can't just stop what she's doing. So fuck him, whatever, I'm just gonna take his ass to court because I'm done with their stupid ass games. And Hannah said, and that's always what they say, right? That he's working on the truck every time.
And, yep. You got the same? Penny, where it's been marked as States Exhibit EE8, that conversation continues at the top of the page and then.
I said, yeah, he always waits the day of and says, sorry, Bernie called, I'll text when I'm done, and then I don't hear from him for like a week. Hannah says, yeah, so just take them back to court and get a good lawyer. I said, I'm gonna have to, but I don't have $1,000 to do it, and that's what it takes just to get started. To get it started. That don't include all of everything else. Hannah said, I know people who would let you borrow it. You know that.
Okay. And once again, Ms. Claytor, was that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on Facebook Messenger on November 15th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically talking about your efforts to see your son, correct?
Yes.
And once again, did anybody have your permission to access that?
No.
Okay, and then I believe it should be marked as, you saying, "Oh, I do miss him"?
I said, oh, I do miss him very much. It kills me every day. Hannah said, yeah, I can't say I know the exact feeling, but I know I miss Suds like crazy when I don't have her. And then Hannah says, I bet you're glad you get to see all of your family when you want now.
Smiley face.
Yeah.
Okay. And Ms. Clater, is that a conversation that you had through Facebook with Hannah Rhoden on November 28th of 2015?
Yes.
And once again, did anybody else have your permission to access your Facebook messages at that time?
No.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit EE9. If you could look at that and help me. I guess we'll start with, I think it's the very top line on yours, correct?
Yes.
Okay. From February of 2016, February 29th.
Hannah said, yeah, took and got Sud's ears done today. She loves them, but her dad's mad. I said, yeah, I'd say he is, but she's old enough that you can tell her to leave them alone, and he can get over it. It's not like you're putting a tattoo on her. Hannah says, yeah, she doesn't bother them. I said, yeah, so I don't see the problem. I bet Angela is mad too. Hannah said, she has me blocked and doesn't talk to me. I know Jake said she misses the relationship that me and her had, but she couldn't stand getting on Facebook and seeing my profile picture with Sophie and Corey.
And once again, Ms. Clater, is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on February 29th of 2016 through Facebook?
Yes.
And once again, at that time, did anybody else have your permission to access your Facebook and view those messages?
No.
And then on 4/14, where it says I was gonna see Vine,
I said I was gonna go see Vine on my birthday, but he went to Granny's BS and stayed there till like 6 or so. And through the week, he says he's working day to night. Then Sundays he says they go to Bass Pro and Costco and all of that, like whatever. He will think crap when I give him the papers to take him to court and tell him I'm pregnant. I said, I'm not telling him till the day I hand him the papers. I want to see the look on his face when I tell him Vine is going to be a big bubby and that he's not the dad. Hannah says, LOL, they do not go to Bass Pro and Costco that much. I said, he says every Sunday they go as a family trip.
I'm sorry, what was that last line?
I said he says every Sunday they go as a family trip.
Okay. And then, just stop you there for a moment.
Okay.
Is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on April 14th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. With Hannah Rhoden and with no one else's permission to access it other than yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And then, continuing on April 14th, where it says Jake still,
Hannah said, Jake still tells me pretty much everything. He wants Kylie to be his so bad it's unreal. He said even if she wasn't, he wanted her. He was going to buy me the pastor's house and everything. I was going to go up to Alaska for 6 months, then come back, but I didn't. And I told him no thanks on the offer. I'm happy now.
I'm happy
Or
with.
I'm happy how I am. I said, yeah, that's crazy, and I mean, I understand his point, but at some point in time, he's gonna throw it in your face that he's taking care of a kid that you had by another man and all that crap. And it's gonna do nothing but hurt her feelings, but hurt her and make her feel unwanted and like dirt. You're a lot better off where you are now, and you can see it in your face that you are a lot happier now. Hannah said, exactly, and I love Corey more than I could have imagined that I would. He means so much to me. I said, yeah, and with what I read on Facebook, he loves you just the same. Hannah said, he wanted me to move in with him, but I don't want to take things so fast. I mean, he accepts Kylie because I got pregnant around the first time we ever done anything, but I know who Kylie's sperm donor is. Her father is Corey, but DNA doesn't mean anything. I said, no, DNA don't mean nothing. My baby's sperm donor is a douche, but Christian is more than happy. In fact, he is happier than me, LOL, and that's like massively happy, LOL. Anywho, he is more than happy to be the baby's dad and help me raise him or her.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit EE10, the very top, there's one line that finishes that conversation. Sorry.
Hannah said, Corey's great in every single way. He loves Sophia, even though she's a brat. He's great with her. He's raised a baby girl with Down syndrome, and then her mom left him and took her after she swore she would never do that. So he's kind of worried that I would do the same thing, but I'm not going to do that to him.
Okay. And Ms. Claytor, the last part, or the first part of that conversation in State's Exhibit EE9, and then the last part of it at the top of EE10, can you tell us if that accurately reflects a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on April 14th of 2016 via Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And again, same question, did anybody have your permission to view your Facebook Messenger in any way at that time?
No.
Okay, going to the I'm here, I think it's April 16th of 2016.
I said, I'm here. George and I are looking for Angela and Vine. Hannah said, how's that working out? I said, couldn't find them, I left. Hannah said, you know, he probably told her that you was coming. I said, yeah, more than likely.
Okay. And again, Ms. Claytor, can you tell us if that was a conversation you had on April 16th of 2016 with Hannah Rhoden?
Yes.
And again, are you describing an effort when you're trying to see your son
Yes.
at that point? And do you know where you were at the time?
I was at swap days in Lucasville.
Okay. And was there an expectation for you to see Vine that day?
Yes. George had met me at the gate and walked through the aisles at the swap days to try to find Angela and my son.
Okay. And were you successful in locating him?
No.
Then taking you to 421, where you say, how's that new baby doing?
I said, how's that new baby doing, LOL? Hannah said, just laid her down in her crib. She's doing great. Already gained 1.5 ounces since I had her. I'll tell you, when you have your baby, I hope you get to let Vine meet the baby. I went to see Sophia today and they was so excited. He said she's tiny.
And again, Ms. Clater, can you tell us if that is a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on April 21st of 2016?
Yes.
And at that point, she had had her infant daughter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you tell us, did anybody have your permission to access your Facebook and view those private messages on April 21st of 2016?
No.
Okay. Going to a later conversation on April 21st where you say, yeah, I hate saying this. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
I said, yeah, I hate saying this because he won't let me see Vine, but seeing him at swaps brought back some feelings that I really don't know about. He keeps saying that he only has a few more years to wait till he gets me back because he had to wait 6 years the last time. I keep telling him that the only possible way him and I could ever get back together is if he moved away from Angela and let me have my house to clean it the way I want. And when I want to clean it the way I want and when I want. And her opinion never mattered because it would be mine and not hers. But I don't want to go back to him, but in a sense I do. I hate being me. And then I said, sorry for the novel, LOL. Hannah said, I have my days where I want to go back because that's my whole teenage years with Jake, something that nobody could ever replace. Jake always asks me when I'm coming home, so does Billy. But I don't see it happening. I really truly want me and Corey to last and grow old. Corey has a house and etc. Jake is never moving from there, but I know Jake hasn't been with anyone since we split up. He said he doesn't have the time and he only wants one person. I said, yeah, I could see him saying that and it being true, but you have to do what's right for you and what makes you happy, same as I do. Hannah said he wants a DNA test. Yeah, I was shocked when we split up too. It was my call, but I was scared. I had the treat over my shoulders. I think I'm supposed to say threat. Sorry.
It's okay.
over my shoulders. If I ever tried leaving, nobody would find me. And I seen what happened the night you left, and I know what would happen if they would have gotten you back to the house.
Okay. And again, it does continue on here. I can give you that as well. But is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on April 21st, 2016,
Yes,
through Facebook Messenger, correct?
yes,
And did anybody other than yourself have permission to access those messages?
no,
Okay. And you talked about if it was your house, you could do things the way you wanted. Was that different when you were in the Wagner's home?
yes,
Okay. And was there specific comments about that, who owned the house mattered, basically?
yes.
Okay. And when she's talking about the night you left, is that the night that you left and got and hid and got on your bicycle and never went back?
Yes.
Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit EE11. That's a continuation of that. And if you can look at that, do you recognize that conversation?
Yes,
And is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on April 21st, a continuation of the conversation that you were just reading to us?
yes.
Okay. If you could go ahead and tell us what it said.
I said, yeah, I could only imagine. I mean, if George would have just let me go outside to cool off a bit, then we would probably still be married. All I wanted was 5 minutes to cry outside alone. I do understand Angela not giving me Vine to hug because he don't need them bad vibes and such, and I do thank you for taking him upstairs, but all I wanted was 5 minutes because I wasn't in a good mood, because I was trying to clean the kitchen up, but Vine was awake, and I was trying to get him back to sleep. Then she pulled up and seen I didn't get it cleaned up yet. Then George took her side and said that he never heard Vine crying. But George was outside working, and Vine didn't cry all loud like he was hurt. It was just a little, hey, I'm alone kind of cry. Hannah said, yeah, that night was crazy. I said, then Angela told George she was gonna get the gun, so I walked past Jake and hid under the truck for a few, then snuck out and got my bike, then went to the gas station to call my mom, then y'all pulled up, and Angela told him that I drug Vine around the house by his legs. Hannah said, I didn't know that she said that. I was stressed that night, and no one really slept that night because they thought you was gonna come with your mom down there and was waiting for it, and they was waiting for it.
Okay. And again, the they in that conversation is?
George, Jake, Billy, and Angela.
Okay. And is that a conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden on April 21st of 2016
Yes,
via Facebook?
yes,
And did anybody else ever have your permission to view those messages?
no,
And is that the last conversation that you had with Hannah Rhoden?
yes.
And Ms. Claytor, obviously, those conversations you and Hannah are talking about the experience of living with the Wagners, correct?
Yes.
And I guess the violence and the threats that both of you experienced there,
Yes.
and the controlling nature of the family.
Yes.
And also your efforts to see your son, correct?
Yes.
And Hannah's concerns regarding them also trying to take her daughter away from her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned in there at some point that, again, and you testified about this previously, that you had voiced that you wanted to live apart from the rest of the family, just so it would just be you and George together with your son. And you indicated that George's response was that you're a farming family and you all have to live together, basically.
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, did he ever move out of their home, or did he continue to live with them?
As far as I know, he continued to live with them.
And when you did get visits with your son, Bullvine, during the year of, I guess, 2016, part of 2015, I guess, would it be at that Peterson Road
Yes.
address? Okay. And would other members of his family be present there?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated basically in that last situation that George had said that he hadn't heard Bullvine crying, basically perhaps questioning whether or not Bullvine actually woke up as you had described. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us if, when you had problems, various problems with George, would he usually take your side or the side of his mother?
He would always take his mother's side.
Okay. And I believe you indicated when you were riding your bike to the station, it was Jake and George who pulled up alongside of you.
Yes.
And then when you got to the station and they,
I'm sorry.
Objection with leading nature.
Well, there are leading questions, and I don't know if we're rehashing something she's already testified to or not, so. I don't know, it was a leading question, so I'll sustain an objection to it.
okay. And then when you got to the station, who was in they returned, who was all in that vehicle that time?
George, Jake, Billy, Angela, and Hannah.
Ms. Wagner, we've been talking, or Ms. Wagner, that was your former name, sorry. We have been talking, Ms. Claytor, we have been talking a lot today about George, Jake, Angela, and Billy. First of all, do you recognize the person that you've described as George Wagner in the courtroom today?
Yes.
She can recognize her ex-husband.
Sorry?
This stipulates she can recognize her ex-husband.
I was also going to
So-
show her,
Well, you're stipulating then that
I
the
accept the
witness here is
stipulation.
identifying the defendant as George Wagner.
That's correct.
The record shall so reflect, the jury is so advised.
I was also going to show her photos of the rest of the family. Do you want to see that too, or do you want me to have her identified?
Stipulation is the Wagner.
Okay. Specifically, Jake, Angela, and Billy.
Yes.
Wagner. Thank you.
What was that?
I said particularly Jake, Angela, and Billy,
We're stipulating what?
that she can identify them as well.
That's correct.
The jury is so advised. And and shall accept that stipulation as fact as it's established by evidence here in the courtroom.
Okay. I have no other questions of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
The defense may cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clater.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Rick Nash. I'm going to ask you some questions. It's kind of going to be based on the answers that you just gave yesterday and today, okay?
Okay.
If you need a moment to think about a question, or if I'm talking too fast, just let me know if you need to take a moment, okay?
Okay.
Or if you don't understand what I'm asking you, just let me know, because I want to make sure you understand what I'm asking, all right?
Okay.
All right. So the first thing I want to ask you about is, when you testified today and yesterday regarding your meeting and living arrangements with the Wagners. You recall those questions, right?
Yes.
So let's go to when you were introduced to George. How old were you?
I was around 11, 12 years old.
Okay. And that meeting actually happened at the Flying W Farm, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall that meeting being set up by Rhoden Wagner?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, your mother had worked at Crystal Springs at that time, right?
Yes.
And that meeting was between you and George, Jake was there, and your sister Trish, is that right?
Yes.
And I believe or would I be correct in saying that George and Trish were supposed to be introduced to each other, you and Jake, because of your similar ages, is that right?
Yes.
And the way things worked, it was just you and George that had an attraction, right?
Yes.
And I believe on that day you guys met, you guys went fishing there at the big pond on the Flying W,
Yes.
and that's something you enjoy to do, is fish, right?
Yes.
In fact, the boys had rode their ATVs over to the Flying W farm. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's what you and George had done later that day, ride ATVs or four-wheelers?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but before you left that day, you and your sister, you guys had plans to meet again the following weekend and do this again, right?
Yes.
And you were 11 years old at that time, is that right?
Around 11 or 12, yes.
Yeah. And these meetings with George and Jake, these weekend meetings, they lasted maybe 2 or 3 weekends in a row. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And after about 3 weekends, you and your sister stayed all night at the Wagner home, right?
Yes.
And that's the Wagner home there on Bethel Hill.
Yes.
And that's that home that you had to follow that long driveway all the way to the top of the hill, right?
Yes.
And that's real close to Crystal Springs, right?
Yes.
And that's where your mother worked.
Yes.
Yes. Your mother's Tess, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you and your sister would stay overnight at the Wagner home, you stayed in Jake's room, is that right?
No, I stayed in George's.
Okay. Do you recall initially staying in Jake's room with your sister?
I think we did the first maybe 1 or 2 nights.
Okay. Eventually, Trish stopped going over to the Wagner home, and it was just you going, right?
Yes.
because she had no interest in Jake, right?
Yes,
You were interested in George, and so you would continue to go there to the Wagner home, right?
yes,
And eventually, you just stayed there, right?
yes,
Okay. And we spoke about school and where you went to school, and I understand you went to the vocational school, right?
yes.
But that was much later. That was when you would have been a late teen, right?
It was my 11th and 12th grade year.
Yeah. But before that, you were homeschooled.
Yes,
And Angela Wagner actually offered or did some of your homeschooling with you, right?
yes, I did some of my schoolwork as she was teaching the boys theirs.
Yeah. And in fact, you stayed at the Wagner home for about a year, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so could you tell us, when we asked when you moved in with the Wagners, actually when the prosecutor asked you yesterday and today, you said you didn't move in till your senior year. Do you recall that answer?
yes.
But yet here we are talking about you moving in when you're 11 years old. Could you explain to us why you didn't mention that yesterday and this morning?
Because I didn't technically move in. I
Okay.
didn't change my address.
Okay, so it makes a difference if you hadn't changed your address as an 11-year-old, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. But nevertheless, you agree with me that you were living there at 11?
technically, yes.
Okay. In fact, you ended up moving a dresser into the Wagner home with your clothing, right?
A little plastic stand that had like 3 little drawers in it.
Yeah. And again, this is just on Bethel, right next to the Crystal Springs nursing home, right?
Mhm, yes,
And your mother still worked there.
yes.
But your mother never came and picked you up, is that right?
No, well, yes, it is right.
Okay. Now, eventually, you ended up actually sleeping in the same bed with George.
Yes,
And you still would have been about 11 years old, right?
yes,
And so yesterday, you talked about Angela Wagner having this conversation and saying something about you shouldn't have sex unless you're trying to have a baby, or sex is only for babies. You remember saying that, right?
yes,
So we're clear, are you saying that conversation happened when you were 11 or 12 years old, sleeping in George's bed?
no, we had that conversation whenever we started dating again as older teens.
Okay, all right. So just so we all understand what you're saying, that Angela never said anything about premarital sex or sex at all until you were late teens, right?
Yes,
And never said anything about sex even though you were still sleeping in George's bed as an 11 or 12-year-old, right?
yes,
Okay. If my calculation is correct, at 11 years old, that would have been about 2003 for you. That be right?
I'm horrible with math, but it sounds about right.
Okay. And then in 2004, you moved your belongings, or you were no longer staying in the Wagner home, right?
Yes,
And that's because George broke up with you.
yes,
You guys attended a church, and there was a girl there that he had an eye for, right?
I suppose he just told me he didn't want to be a boyfriend anymore.
Okay. And that's when you started staying with your mother, Tess.
Yes,
But during that year, that you between 11 and 12, when you were dating George, you would sometimes go home, right?
yes,
And then freely just come back to the Wagner home, right?
yes,
So we heard some testimony about you not being able to leave. And maybe it's just me, but it sounded like you didn't want to be there. But yet you freely came back even at that young age, right?
as a child, yes.
Okay. So then in 2004, when you had to move out of the Wagner home because George broke up with you, you ended up getting back with George about a year later. Is that right?
No, there was like 6 years in between us dating when we were little kids compared to when we were older.
Okay, you're certain you did not make another move back into the Wagner home?
I didn't move in. I think we had dated for maybe like a week or two,
Okay.
and I had spent maybe 1 or 2 nights there.
Okay. And then it would be about, well, you talked about going to the vocational school. At that time, you were actually enrolled in a local school district, right?
Yes,
Which would have been Northwest School District.
yes,
And you were taking vocational courses at the VOTEC in Lucasville, is that right?
yes,
All right. But about that time, right before your senior year, that's when you and George got back together, right?
yes,
In fact, you guys had taken a trip to Florida in July of 2011. Does that sound right?
yes,
And he proposed to you on that trip to Florida.
yes,
And you said yes.
yes.
Okay. After you graduated in, I'm assuming May, but it would have been in the year of 2012, you had a graduation party, right?
Yes,
And George went to your house, or
yes,
where the graduation party was being held, right?
yes.
Okay, so, and while we're on the subject of George coming to your house on that time, when you guys were together, he would go to your house for holidays, right? Or visit your mothers or your family?
No,
Okay. Well, you two eventually wed in July of 2012.
yes,
Okay. And that was a wedding there at the Mission, I believe. Is that right? By the Crystal Springs?
yes,
All right. And was that your decision to get married?
yes,
All right. And because you love George, this is who you wanted to be with, right?
yes,
And you had spent a lot of time with him.
yes,
Okay. You were under no compulsion to agree to marry him. You were free to say no, right?
yes.
Okay. And after you guys got married, you moved back into the Wagner home, right?
No, I had moved back in before we got married.
Okay, that's right, during your senior year, right?
Yes,
And at that time, you didn't have a car,
no,
and George would take you every morning to school, right?
he would drive me down to the end of, I can't remember the name of the road, where the bus could pick me up.
Okay. And while you were at school, you and George had some issues because you were then seeing another guy at the school, is that right?
Yes,
All right. And George found out about that,
yes,
and he worked with you,
yes,
and you guys moved forward and got married, right?
yes,
After this marriage, you were free to leave the Wagner home, right?
for a little while.
Yeah, and when you were free to leave, because I heard some testimony yesterday and today that made it sound like you weren't free to leave.
I was free to leave for a little while.
Okay. And in fact, we know you were free to leave because after you were married, you were visiting your best friend, right?
Yes,
Whitney is her name, is that right?
yes,
And you would go to Whitney's house a lot
yes.
and even stay all night there?
During school, yes, I stopped once I graduated.
And George was okay with that, right?
Yes,
In fact, nobody was telling you you can't go to Whitney's, nobody was telling you can't leave, right?
they didn't like the idea, but I did it anyways.
You did it anyways because you have that ability and right, right?
Yes,
Okay. But there was a particular reason you liked going to Whitney's a lot, right?
she was my best friend, yes.
Yeah, was there anything else there?
Not at the time.
Okay. Well, so you said not at the time. You're very particular about that answer, which leads me to ask, was there a time that you wanted to go there more often than just seeing Whitney?
No,
All right. And who's Whitney's father? Do you know?
yes.
And who is her father?
Cecil Smith,
Cecil Smith. And how well do you know Cecil Smith?
very well.
Okay. And Cecil also goes by the name Jay, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And at some point, you had some revelation to tell George about Jay, right?
yes.
And what was that?
What was the reason?
Well, yeah, what was the revelation? What did you have to tell him?
I had told him that I had cheated on him
Okay,
with Jay.
right. And in fact, this was more than just one occasion, right?
Yes,
And how old is Jay?
about 25, 30 years older. Than me.
You were about 17 maybe at the time?
No, I didn't get back with George until I was about 18, 19.
Okay, so then you would have been about 18, 19, and tell me again, how much older was he than you?
About 25, 30 years older.
And it's fair to say that you had very fond feelings for Jay, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, there was a reason that you had to tell George that you had been having
Your
sex.
Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I don't see the relevance of it.
I think
I
they
can
opened the door on
ask.
this topic.
To
Can we approach?
Yes. All right, so you may continue your question.
Thank you, Judge. Despite these problems that you had brought into the marriage, George was willing to work with you on that, right?
Yes,
And although he was willing to work with you, and you gave him your word that you would stop this behavior, right?
yes,
But you didn't do that. You continued
Yes.
this affair.
no,
Okay. So your son, he was born in July of 2013, right?
yes,
Do you recall a trip to Cabela's in May of 2013 in Dundee, Michigan?
what year?
2013, May? Do you recall a call from your doctor?
Yes,
Okay. And you had a conversation, you picked up the phone and you spoke with the doctor, right?
yes,
And as a result of that conversation, you had a discussion with George about your infidelity again, is that right?
that's actually whenever he found out.
Okay, all right,
He didn't find out until after the doctor's appointment, or the phone call.
okay. And so going into giving birth to your son, you and George were having issues about your marriage based on your infidelity, right?
Somewhat,
And George had questions about whether he was actually the father of this child.
yes,
All right. And you would agree with me that after this, George is going to have some concerns about you and your faithfulness to him, right?
yes,
And you wanted to continue this relationship with George.
yes,
It was an opportunity for you to walk out if you no longer wanted to be with George, right?
yes,
Because he was actually saying that this relationship is over at that point, but you wanted it to continue, right?
yes,
In fact, it's you and your efforts to continue this relationship that gave George your cell phone, any passwords you had to social media, in a way to ease his mind that you would no longer cheat on him, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, you were asked a lot of questions about whether you gave your password to anybody, and you said no to all those questions. Do you recall that?
yes, I did.
Did you forget about that?
No, I did not,
Okay, so then why didn't you tell us when you were asked whether you gave any passwords to anybody?
because it's a different Facebook account.
I'm sorry, it's what?
It was a different Facebook account.
A different Facebook account.
When I left him, I made a new one.
Okay. And, in fact, when we talk about different Facebook accounts, you were given, looked like some screenshots of a Facebook account you said you did not create, right?
Yes,
But you have created Facebook accounts with your picture, but a different name, right?
different maiden name, or different
Okay.
last name, yes.
How about, did you ever create a Facebook account under the name of Jane Deere?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I just asked you if you had, and you said yes, but with a different last name. You just said that, right?
Yes,
Did you just forget about Jane Deere, or were you waiting to see if I would ask you about that?
I actually did forget about that one.
Okay. Now, there was some testimony about when you gave birth to Bullvine, about how your family wasn't there, right?
Yes,
In fact, from what I'm hearing, your family wasn't there a lot of times. They didn't visit you on Bethel, right?
they weren't allowed.
So, but remember, I asked you whether you went home back and forth, and you said yes, right?
When I was a child, yes.
Okay, all right. So you're saying that stopped as you got older?
Yes,
Okay. after giving birth to your son, and it was later, are you satisfied that George is the father of that child?
I knew he was.
Okay, all right. But there was some testing that was done, is that right?
Yes, there was, but it wasn't my choice.
Okay. Now, your mother did not like George. Is that safe to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And would it tell me about any conversations you were heard or part of that your mother had the idea of bringing another Mel to the delivery room to have his name put on the birth certificate? Do you recall that conversation?
No.
Okay. So if your mother said that happened, or if she had messaged somebody on Facebook, you're totally unaware of that, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point, you got the idea that George was restricting you from seeing your mother and your sisters, is that right?
Yes.
And when we spoke just a little bit ago about Cecil, isn't it true that when you, well, before I go there, one of the things you like to do is go fishing, is that right?
Yes.
And you would go with your mother sometimes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I just saw you look up and roll your eyes. You know where I'm going with these questions?
Yes, I do.
And does this deal with a fishing trip you and your mother took to Lake White?
Yes, it does.
You want to tell the jurors what I'm about to ask you?
Your
Go
Honor,
right
I
ahead.
object to this style
Okay.
of badgering, frankly.
All right. So you and your mother told George you were going fishing at Lake White, is that right?
Yes.
And I believe George was going somewhere else and he asked you to go along and you declined, right?
Yes.
And it was during that trip that you were with your mother that you had another visit with Cecil, right?
Yes, but my mother didn't know about it. That was not my plans that day. My plans were to go fishing with my mother.
Okay. And so, while you say your mother didn't, I guess, have a part in it, your mother, though, was aware and enabled you to cheat on George.
No.
So you're telling us that your mother was unaware of your relationship with Jay?
Yes.
Okay. And she never set this up or
No.
arranged for you two to be together? No?
No.
Okay. And speaking of your mother, you testified a little bit about the unfortunate occasion that you're a victim of sexual abuse, right?
Yes.
And that would have been before, you would have been a very small child, less than 11, right?
Yes.
Prior to moving into the Wagner home.
Yes.
And the perpetrator, the person who victimized you, that's Dave, right?
Yes.
And Dave is your mother's husband.
Was. He's dead now.
He's dead. And when did he die?
About 5 years ago, I think.
Okay. And your mother was aware of the things that Dave did to you, right?
Yes.
And not only did he do these awful things to you, but he did them to your sisters.
Yes.
In fact, the state had given you some Facebook messages you had with Hannah where you discussed George bringing this up and asking you about this or giving you problems about this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so there was a time, actually, that, let me ask, Travis Turner. Do you know who Travis Turner is?
Your Honor, I'm going to object if we are just, I'm going to object to this line of questioning.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll withdraw that question. Ma'am, was there an occasion where you and George and the rest of your family met with your mother at your sister Renee's to discuss Dave?
Yes.
And was there an individual there by the name of Travis Turner?
I think I'm not sure if he was there or not.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the purpose of this meeting was to do something about Dave, to turn him into law enforcement?
Yes,
And had that happened, your mother may get in trouble as well. Would you agree with me?
yes,
And your mother did not want anybody to tell on Dave, right?
yes,
Okay. So, and George is there. He's present for all this conversation, right?
yes,
Now, when you left the Wagner home, and we'll get to this more in depth, but that's where you went, was the home with Dave, right?
yes,
And George did not want his little boy living in the same home as Dave. Is that what he told you?
yes.
Okay. That seems like a pretty rational thing to not want your child around a child molester, right?
Yes,
You don't fault George for not wanting his son to be there, right?
what is it?
You don't fault him for not wanting his son to be there in that home, right?
No.
That was a no?
Yes, that was a no, I don't
Okay.
blame him.
And your mother was an enabler to these things that had happened to you and your sisters,
Yes,
if not a criminal in part of it, right?
yes,
And just like George didn't want his child to be around Dave, he wasn't comfortable about his child being around your mother either, right?
yes,
And you talked about how the Wagners didn't like your family. You said that, right?
yes.
Okay. All right, and so back to after you and George, or George had given the relationship or agreed to give the relationship another shot, you guys lived together there in the Wagner home, right?
Yes,
Now, there was an occasion where, and I'm not sure what happened, but maybe you can tell us, that George had found you in the bathroom and you were cutting your wrists. Do you recall that?
yes, I do.
And George had taken you out of the bathroom and was going to take you to the hospital. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, but that's not where he wanted to head to.
I'm sorry?
That's not where he said he was going.
Oh, well, didn't George ask you at that time or suggest that the two of you should leave and go to Alaska then?
No.
You don't recall that?
No, he wanted to send me off to Tennessee with my sister.
Okay, all right. Well, do you recall telling George that it wouldn't be good for Bullvine for us to leave?
He never suggested even leaving.
Okay. And so you guys end up going back to the house, right?
Yes, because Angela found us and made us.
I'm sorry, what is that?
Yes, because Angela caught up with us when we were still on the driveway and had us go back home.
And when we talked about George's concerns about you not going or not taking his child to the home of where your mother and Dave lived, you had talked about, some distrust, I think that you said George had for you, which prevented you from leaving or having some forms of communication such as through Facebook, right? That was difficult for you.
Without a phone, yes.
Yeah. And in fact, it's because you told him, or you will admit, that you cannot be faithful,
I couldn't, no.
which is the reason these restrictions were there, right?
Yes.
In fact, you had told George, well, before I get to that, you would agree with me that on 3 or 4 occasions, you had been visited by BCI agents and they talked to you, right?
Yes,
Were you aware that your conversation was recorded?
yes,
Okay. And there was some discussion about communications you had with your mother, and you had asked George if you could use his cell phone to call your mother. Do you remember that?
yes,
But George was at work, right?
possibly so.
And I believe, would you agree with me that when George got home, that you had just forgot, and you didn't call your mother, right?
He wasn't gonna let me anyways.
But you just testified that you called him and you asked if you could, and he said, yeah, right?
I did not call them. I was not allowed to be on a phone.
Okay, but you had asked him if you could call your mother on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes,
All right, but then you later forgot to follow up and do that. That's what you told the BCI agent, right?
yes.
Okay. So we've heard for the last, 2 days, what you said about your experience of being married to George and living in the Wagner home. But didn't you say that you had a wonderful relationship with your husband, George?
For the first part of it, yes, I did.
All right. Now, so you're telling us that there was an exception. There was some point that this relationship was not wonderful?
Yes,
Okay. Well, we talked about your Facebook messages that you had with Hannah. Do you remember having conversation with David Jenkins?
yes.
Your Honor. Yeah. I'm going to object to any of this
Okay, grounds?
hearsay. I have no idea.
She's objecting now to Facebook messages.
Your Honor,
To
if
hearsay.
we could have premised on this. Yes.
May I approach?
Your Honor,
Yes, you may
Okay.
approach the
So I'm going to show you what this document here, if you look at the top highlighted portion, first off, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes.
All right. Now, go ahead and take a moment, look over it, and then and if you want, give it back to me, put it down, and I'll ask you again. All right, can I have it? Were you able to read that document?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you agree seeing conversation from somebody by the name of Tabby Breach?
That was me.
All right. So, now that I have refreshed your recollection, do you recall telling David Jenkins you had a perfect life with your husband?
Yes.
And who you're referring to is George, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, back to George and living with him, he had various jobs, right?
Yes.
For a while, he worked at Bennett's in Menford.
Yes.
Okay. And then for some time, he was hauling cattle, right?
Yes.
And when he would haul cattle, he would be gone for like a week on or a week off, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, back to that situation where you had cut your arms, did you ever seek any help for that?
The only reason I done it was because George and Angela wouldn't shut up and leave me alone about getting back on Zoloft, even though I told them the last time I was on Zoloft, it didn't end well.
Zoloft, okay. So you have been prescribed Zoloft is what you're telling us.
Yes.
And for what reason are you prescribed Zoloft?
For depression, bipolar.
Okay. And you have said, and you would agree with me that you've said that you don't like taking your medication, right?
Not that one, no.
Okay. Any other medication you didn't like taking?
Legally, no.
Okay. So have you been taking your medication lately?
Lately?
Yes.
could I check?
What does that matter?
Well, she's testifying here. Have you been taking your medication?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about that incident when you had left the Wagner home. If I'm not mistaken, well, first off, you have discussed that incident with the BCI agents, right?
About me leaving or about me cutting my arm?
About the incident when you left. You've
Yeah.
been questioned about that, and you told them what happened, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me, though, that when you talked to the BCI agents, you told them that you and George were playing around?
With the belt, yes.
Okay. And it's my fault, I don't hear that well. You said what now?
With the belt, yes.
With the belt, but, okay, now you would agree with me that you never told any BCI agent that there was playing with a belt, right?
What?
You never mentioned a belt to a BCI agent, right?
It's part of that night, I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay, all right. But you've always said that it was just the two of you horseplaying or playing around, right?
Yes, at first it was.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood your testimony on direct examination, but it sounded to me as if you were saying that he was like assaulting you with a belt. That's not true, right?
That's not what I said.
Okay, and I may be wrong, but I'm just making sure that I understood you correctly. You weren't testifying that he was assaulting you with a belt, right?
No, I did not say he was assaulting me with a belt.
Okay, and it was just, you guys were playing around, right?
In the beginning, yes.
Okay. And then Angela, I guess, wanted you guys to stop.
Yes, because I
upset.
yelled at her precious baby.
Okay. All right. And you wanted to leave the house, right?
Yes.
And when you went to leave, George had put his arm on the door so you couldn't leave, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this was in November. You would agree with me, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left on your bicycle, it was dark, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so how much time went by from when you're trying to leave and when you actually fled on your bicycle?
It was dark. I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
an hour?
Okay. So again, it's November, it's dark, and George is trying to keep you from leaving the house. That's what I understand, right?
Yes.
And when he had his arm on the door trying to keep you from leaving the house, that's when I think you said you bit him,
Yes, on the arm.
and then you did something else.
Try to rip his nuts off.
Okay, all right. And so he eventually, I guess, released his arm and you were able to go outside. Is that right?
Yes.
And your testimony was you just wanted to be left alone.
Yes, because I was aggravated and I needed to cry it out and get over it.
Okay. Now, at that time, were you still taking your meds?
No, I wasn't on medicine at that time.
Okay. All right. Now, I believe according to your testimony then that Angela had said, give me a gun or I'm going to get a gun. Is that right?
Yes, she told George that she was going to get a gun.
Okay. And who all was around when that happened?
Well, it was me in the middle of the yard. There was George and Angela on the porch, and Jake was outside fixing his truck.
Okay. And there was Vine, that's your son. He was there, right?
Yes,
And Hannah was there.
yes,
And it's fair to say that you were very upset, right? And
yes.
crying.
Of
right?
course, yes.
And there was some discussion about your state of mind and you shouldn't be holding Vine or somebody wanted to take Vine from you. Is that right?
Yes, Angela wanted to take him from me. She handed him to Hannah and told them to go upstairs with him.
Okay, all right. And then you ended up, we heard you went underneath a truck and then you grabbed your bike and you took off, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you testified to this threat that you say Angela made with a gun, right?
yes,
And that I believe you testified that George had struck you, right?
before all of that other stuff happened, yes, before I bit him and all of that.
Oh, wait, you're saying that he struck you before you bit him?
Yes,
Okay, all right. And would you have told maybe the BCI agents that after you went outside and he went outside that he then hit you? Would you have told BCI agents that?
yes, that's
Okay.
part of what happened that night.
Okay, so it was you biting him and hitting him before you say he hit you, right?
No, we went outside. I went outside to try to cool off. He came out following.
Okay.
We argued.
Yep.
He told me to stop yelling. My smartass mouth decides to yell louder. So he slaps me. I tell him that he signed his divorce papers. I go back inside and I get my shoes on. I try to go back outside, but that's whenever he decided to trap me in there with his arm.
Okay, all right. Well, you know that that's illegal. You shouldn't be assaulting people, right?
Yeah,
Shouldn't be threatening people with a gun either, right?
yeah.
And so when you got to the gas station and you used that cell phone, at what point were you going to call the police?
I wasn't.
Okay, you weren't, but yet a Adams County deputy had shown up there, right?
Yes,
And after that Adams County deputy had shown up, you ended up getting charged, right?
yes,
Okay. And you testified about being seated in the back of a cruiser, right?
yes.
In fact, you were then taken to the Adams County jail where you
No.
were released. You were not taken to
No.
the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
No.
Okay. You were charged though, right then?
The cop had me sign some sort of ticket.
You were given a ticket. Now, after you left, would you agree with me that you went to the Wagner home and left a note in the mailbox for George?
A couple days later, yes.
Okay. And the content of that note was that Bullvine could stay with him because you didn't have a place for him, right?
Temporarily, yes.
Okay. You put that in the note temporarily?
Honestly, I don't know what I wrote. That was a lot of years ago.
Okay. But you do remember leaving the note, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from what we've all heard here, you make it sound like you were the victim, right?
Well, I'm not trying to be a big crybaby, but yeah.
Okay, all right. And so that paper, that summons that you had signed ordered you into the Adams County Court, right?
I have no idea what it did.
Do you recall going to the Adams County Court?
I know after a week or so, maybe a couple days, George had given me the money to pay whatever that fine was, but then he also said that he dropped it.
Yeah, let's not gloss over that so fast. You're aware of the Adams County Courthouse, right?
Yes.
Okay, and a judge, you saw a judge similar to the judge we've had here with a robe on, right?
During our divorce, yes.
Okay, but you went to the courthouse and you pled guilty, right?
No.
You did not plead
No.
guilty? Okay. And so to your knowledge, whatever happened to that charge?
Well, he said he dropped it. So you can ask him what happened to it.
Well, I heard you say something about paying money, right?
Yes, it was his fault it happened. He paid for it. He gave me the money to pay for it.
Paid for what, though?
How if I know?
I'm sorry?
I do not know.
And who was it that told you that you were owed money?
George?
And so at no time are you telling all of us that you ever had a conversation with a court official telling you that you had a fine?
Other than the domestic violence fine that I was supposed to have paid on, he said he dropped.
Okay, and so but I just want to make sure that what you're telling us is that whatever happened to this case, you're unaware, and all you know is George told you it was dropped, but for some reason you owed fine money, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, tell me, for what reason would you have a fine if a case was dismissed?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
You never asked about that?
No, I'm a blonde.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, no, I'm a blonde.
Okay. Well, do you even remember going to the courthouse?
Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
I had went to some building that George had dropped me off at and told me to pay a fine of some sort.
Okay.
What building it was, I don't know.
Yes, okay. Were you on your medication at that time?
No, I wasn't on any medication at that time.
Despite what had happened out on Peterson, or what was alleged, you're telling us that George is the one who actually took you to court. He drove you there, right?
No. My sister drove me there or around there,
Okay.
and she didn't know exactly where I was supposed to go. So we met up with him, and me and George had driven to whatever building we drove to.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand this. Your sister drove you so far, and then you're saying you and George drove another portion. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, speaking of these legal proceedings, you had told us that you were in a courtroom at the time of the divorce, right?
Yes, that's where you go to get divorced.
Yes. And so, back to your statement that you told George that he just signed his own divorce paperwork, or he just signed his divorce. You remember saying that, right?
Yes.
George is actually the one who filed for a divorce.
Yes.
Okay. And you had met with George at his attorney's office,
Yes.
and your mother, and at this time, just so we're clear where your legal standing is, you guys have a child in common, right?
Yes.
Of this marriage, right?
Yes.
And so you're at this attorney's office, and you are told then that you would not have custody, right?
Yes, but it was supposed to be temporary.
Okay. And not only were you told that you would not have custody, but you were told that all visits would be supervised, right?
They weren't supposed to be, but yes.
Okay. And for what reason would you agree to that?
I don't know. Because I'm not the smartest person in the world.
Well, at that time in your life, would it have been more convenient for you if you're with another person, that you not have a child in your life at that time?
What?
Well, let me ask you. You and your mother had a conversation, would you agree with me, about Jay, right?
Yeah.
And
maybe.
you were talking to your mother about really being in love with Jay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And would you agree with me that your mother told you you need to make Bullvine a priority and forget about Jay? Would you agree with me on that?
Sounds about like something my mother would say, yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that your mother said it's not fair to Vine and that you spend your money that you saved on Jay?
What money?
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall your mother, Patricia Tess Howard, telling you, I'm not trying to be mean or cruel, but what you need to do is stop worrying about Jay and get your shit together for your son? Remember your mother telling you that?
Sounds like her, yes.
Okay. Do you recall your mother telling you he's your first priority or should be?
Sounds like her, yes.
Stop using Jay as a crutch. Remember that?
Not particularly.
Okay. So it sounds to me that your mother is telling you, make your son a priority. Forget about Jay, right?
Yeah.
So I asked you, why would you agree to supervise visits or to not being the custodian of your son? Why would you not fight for that?
Because I had no job and nowhere to live.
Okay. And in fact, I believe that you had told BCI agents that where you did have to live would not be safe for your son, right?
Yes, that was with my mother.
Okay. But you told the agents that it was because there were a bunch of radio parts around the home.
Yeah, the home was very cluttered.
And it's the home where Dave lives, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess it's his CB radio parts?
Yes.
Okay. And you also told BCI agents that Bullvine was safe where he was at with his father.
Yes, he was a lot safer there than he was at my house.
Okay. Now, prior to being able to get that dissolution, you and George, there were some maybe hoops you had to jump through, some things you had to do before you could get that dissolution.
Yes.
And one of those things would be going through like a counseling.
Yes.
You agree with that? Okay. And so I'm going to, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. hand you a document. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the certificate of completion,
Okay, and it's a completion for what?
helping children cope with family separation.
Okay. And is that what you had to go through before you could dissolve your marriage?
Yes, it was a class that was maybe a couple hours long, I believe.
And do you recall how you got there? Who drove you?
George?
Okay. And so you guys rode in a car together there, and I'm assuming he drove you home, right?
Yes.
So despite all these things, you guys are still getting along?
For the most part.
Okay. Now, I'm not clear about this, this agreement. You had to go into a courtroom in front of a judge before you could divorce or dissolve your marriage, right?
Yes.
And when you stood in front of that judge, the judge told you that you were agreeing to George being the sole custodian, right?
Yes.
And the judge also made sure you understood that all visits would be supervised, right?
Yes.
And you were asked if you understood that, and you said yes.
Yes.
Okay. And there was nothing in there about changing these things at a later time, right?
No.
Okay. And so it's fair to say those were your wishes, right?
No.
Exactly what the judge had made sure you understood.
No, those are not my wishes. George told me that it was only temporary. That's what was supposed to have been done. And whenever I got my own place and my own job, then I could have him back and would do the 50-50 thing.
Okay, so this sounds like something important that you would want to put in writing, what you're telling me, right?
Yes.
But you didn't do that.
No.
Didn't your mother offer money to hire an attorney for you?
No, she doesn't have money.
Okay, all right. So if your mother comes in here and testifies that she ever offered you money,
Sustained.
okay. And although you're telling us that these are things George had told you would happen or the way things would work out, why didn't you say this in open court in front of the judge?
Because he said that it would take longer to get the divorce done
So
if we
you-
had to change all of the paperwork again.
Okay, but what I'm asking is the judge had asked you, is this your agreement? But at that time, you didn't say, no, it's not, right?
Yes, I did say that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you were asked in open court under oath, did you voluntarily sign the agreement, and you said yes?
Yes.
In fact, you were also asked, have you been seeing him? And your answer is yes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when we say him, we're talking about your son, right?
Yes.
And then there's another question. As much as you would like? And your answer is, uh-huh. Do you remember that answer?
Yes.
Okay. And after reciting the details of this agreement, that George would be the sole custodian, that all visits would be supervised, you were asked, is there anything in the agreement that you are not satisfied with? And your answer is no. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, is your mother prescribed any prescription medication? Okay, let me rephrase this. There was an incident in which you said that your daughter had tested positive for some type of prescription medication, right?
Yes,
And that is Xanaxes, right?
yes.
And is your mother prescribed Xanaxes?
She's prescribed a lot of medications. I don't know which ones they are.
So is that a no, or you're just not sure?
It's an I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, there was a lot of questions that you were asked about where you were asked about they or them. Let's be clear. Who was it that held your baby the day that you said she tested positive for Xanaxes?
Angela?
Okay. And what time is it that you were at the Wagner home that day?
Think around noonish,
Okay. And at what time were you at SOMC?
sometime after 7.
Okay. And so 7 hours later, you're bringing a 6-month-old baby to the ER. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Speaking of, you would agree with me, that George had issues with, again, you being unsupervised with your child, with your son, right?
Yes.
Could you tell us, there was an incident in which there was peas, a vegetable, and they were very hot, right?
Yes, they were not that hot, but yes, they were warm.
And what is it you did with your son's hand in those vegetables?
I let him touch them.
Did you let him touch him, or did you take his hand and put it?
I let him touch them to see that they were too hot for him to eat.
Okay. And there was an incident on a picnic table, right?
No, not exactly an incident. He fell off and I caught him.
All right. And all this time that that you do not have custody of your son, and according to you, you're being denied visitation, it was brought out in the direct testimony that you eventually filed something in the court to obtain custody, right? If I may help you, you were asked whether this was by an agreement or by a court order, and you said court order, right?
Yes.
And so that means that you actually had to have something filed to do this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, remember back when I asked you about BCI agents visiting you and questioning you? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And the BCI agents were visiting you to talk to you about the Wagners and George, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that it's the BCI agents who told you, finally, you should go file for custody, you should do this, right?
I'd forgotten about that, but yes.
In fact, you told them, well, I was just waiting to see what you guys were going to do. Do you remember telling them that?
I could have said that, I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you recall a time that you met with George at a park in Portsmouth?
Yes.
And it's over by the Kroger, right?
Yes.
And it was during that meeting that your son was there, right?
Yes.
And at that meeting is when you were told that George was going to Alaska.
No.
Okay, so there was no mention.
They said they were going to go up there in a few weeks to check it out.
Who was there at the park?
As far as I remember, it was George, Jake, my son, Sophia, and Angela, and someone on Sophia's side of the family.
Okay. And you were told what, though, about Alaska?
That they were thinking about going up there to check it out.
Okay. All right. So And I believe your testimony was is that you didn't know that they went to Alaska, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And about visitation, isn't it true that George had invited you to come up to Alaska to visit with your son?
Yes, it is.
And he told you that he would pay your airfare, right?
Yes.
And as well as your daughter, right?
No.
How about, okay, but he was going to, well, I won't argue with you about that, but didn't he offer to pay for a hotel room for you to stay up there as well?
Yes.
And you declined that?
Yes, I didn't feel like dying.
We went through a lot of testimony about Facebook accounts, and we cleared that up a little bit ago, but there were these messages that you had with Hannah. Do you know how those copies were obtained?
Yes.
How is that?
BCI, I assume.
Okay, all right. And you talked about in the Wagner home, the dynamics. Do you recall telling BCI agents that when Billy is there, he's the one in charge?
Sort of, he is.
Okay, and when Billy's not there, then Angela's in charge, right?
Yes.
They're the parents there at that home, right?
Yes.
Okay. But I believe your testimony was that Angela is always the one in charge. That was your testimony on direct, right?
Yes.
Okay, but there's a difference now. When you're just now admitting or you're agreeing that you told BCI agents that when Billy was there, he was in charge, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Billy was very seldomly there, though.
And we talked about some of the things that you said you weren't allowed to do at the Wagner home. And you talked to BCI agents as well about some of those things that you weren't allowed to do, right?
Yes.
In fact, there was a conversation about an accusation of you being, that you had stolen money, right?
Yes.
And who accused you of that?
Angela.
Okay. And you also said that you did not check the mail, right?
I was not allowed to go to the mailbox.
So, do you remember a female by the name of Jennifer Comisford talking to you about that? A
Is that one of the
BCI
reasons?
agent?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall being specifically asked by that agent, were you told you could go or you just chose not to?
Honestly, I'm not sure, but I know I wasn't allowed to go.
Okay. So if you had told the agent that you didn't do it to just avoid any accusations, that would be wrong, right?
What is it?
If you had told that BCI agent, I wasn't told I couldn't go to the mailbox, I just chose not to avoid any accusations. You're telling us that would be wrong, right? But you never said that.
I wasn't allowed to go to that mailbox.
You testified about this incident where you were pulled over by a trooper, is that right?
Yes.
You're not telling us that George is the reason, or George is who called and told them to pull you over, right?
I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's more than likely what happened.
Okay, and, I mean, did anybody tell you that he did that?
Well, no, not at all, but his house is the one that I had left.
And who all was there when you left?
George, Jake, and Angela, maybe Billy. I'm not sure if Billy was there.
And just hold on 1 second, okay? Ma'am, I asked you about, let me retrieve this document here, the certificate. Ma'am, I asked you about you not filing for custody until the BCI agent had told you that you should go ahead and do that, right?
Yes.
In fact, you ended up not getting custody until after George was arrested in this case, right?
About 3 months after that, but yes.
Okay. And so I had handed you a certificate. I'm going to have you identify that. I'm going to re-hand you that document. Could you just tell me what it is, and could you tell me the exhibit number that's marked on it?
The what?
There's a sticker on it. Could you tell me what that is? What number is on that?
2?
Okay, thank you. That's Defense Exhibit 2 that you have in your hand. Got one more thing. I had asked you on cross-examination about a conversation that you had with your mother about Jay and your son. I'm going to hand this document to you and see if you recognize that. If you could, take a look at that document. Does that appear to be the conversation that we spoke of?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a exhibit sticker on there. Could you tell me what number that is?
1?
Okay, thank you. And just one more. Do you recall the questions that I had for you about your Facebook messages and George being the perfect husband? Does that
Yes.
appear to be the conversation that you had with Mr. Jim?
Yes.
And did you identify the exhibit number that's on it?
3?
Thank you. No further questions.
We've been at it for a while now, so we're going to take a recess, 15-minute recess. While we're at recess, the jurors are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit the case to be discussed with you or in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning the case, not to do any research concerning the facts of the law of the case from any source at all, not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Anything further from either attorney before we take a 15-minute recess?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we are in recess until 20 after. Please assemble at the jury room at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Claytor.
Hello.
Just want to follow up on some questions that you were asked by Mr. Nash. First, you were asked if it was true that when you first started dating George Wagner, you were quite young, correct?
Yes.
11 or 12 is
Yes.
what you'd said. And at some point, you told Mr. Nash you actually moved into the Wagner residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not tell us that on direct, correct? When I questioned you,
I don't believe I did.
okay? And do you remember if I asked you that question?
I don't think you did.
Okay. I just thought you dated for the amount of period you did when you were that young, and then you separated, and then later in life you moved in together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you actually slept in the same bed as George that first time when you were 11 or 12. First of all, how old was George at that time?
Around 14, 15.
Okay. And can you tell us, when did that start, that you slept in his bed? Who prompted that?
Angela.
Tell us about that.
George's grandmother Rita was there, and they were talking about the Bible, and his grandmother was saying something about him not following the way that he should be, and I guess it got him really upset, and so Angela said that I should sleep in there and comfort him.
Okay. So it was at Angela's behest, or her instruction, that you went in to lay and console her son?
Yes.
And I believe you were asked about, earlier in the relationship, you had more freedom of movement. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. But that got progressively worse?
Yes.
Okay. And those were some of the things that you and Hannah Rhoden talked about in the Facebook messages that you just identified for us, correct?
Yes.
About how you weren't able to see your parents and your family, and she said to you, well, at least you get to see your family now, and she commented about that she could see her mom and dad now without them flipping out,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you were asked if there was some questions about the paternity of your son, correct?
Yes.
And you said you were not a part of the paternity testing, or that wasn't your idea. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And whose idea was it?
That is something that George and Angela had talked about.
And do you know if they did the testing?
Yes, they did.
Did they ever share the results with you?
I didn't physically see them, but she had told George that my son looks so much like him because he is his.
There was some discussion with you about your, you and your sister's victimization when you were children,
Yes.
correct? Approximately how old were you when those things happened to you?
It started when I was about 9 and ended when I got with George at 12.
Okay. And George knew that it had also happened to your sisters, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he knew who the perpetrator was, which was your stepfather, correct?
Yes.
And he knew that your mother was not protective or not wanting to report this to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
But he also banned your sisters from visiting you, correct?
Yes.
You were also asked if it was understandable that George would not want Bullvine in the same home as a known sex offender and your mother, correct?
Yes.
Did you agree that you also did not want Bullvine in that home?
Yes.
Okay. I believe your testimony is that's why you agreed for Bullvine to go be with George until such time as you had a different place to live, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you were talked to about when you went into the courtroom. First of all, did you meet with his attorney prior to signing the dissolution?
Yes, him and his attorney.
Okay. And had you had conversations with George prior to signing any agreements?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously, there's nothing in the agreement that says it's temporary, but did you believe George when he told you that it was temporary?
Yes.
Okay, so you took him at his word.
Yes.
And at that time, were you being permitted to see Bullvine at the time that the dissolution was, the agreement was made, basically?
I got to see him a couple of times, I believe.
Okay. And then once the agreement was signed and court was over, that's when you stopped being able to see him until the McDonald's time at Christmas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some discussion about, you know, the fact that the court would have gone over that with you. I'm going to hand you, it's been marked as a 12-page exhibit, marked as State's Exhibit EE12, and it's 12 pages stapled together. The first is the cover page, and the last is a certificate. So in between, there are 10 pages. And if you can just look at this briefly to kind of get a context, and tell me if you recognize that.
Well, she's looking at that, counsel, approach her just a minute. So does counsel have a stipulation then concerning this exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that the parties are both willing to stipulate that this is a transcript of the proceedings involving the dissolution of Ms. Claytor and George Wagner, the defendant.
That's great.
That is correct.
All right, the jury is instructed to accept that stipulation as fact, as fully as if it had been established through testimony here in the courtroom.
So, Ms. Claytor, what we've done is acknowledge that that is in fact the transcript of the proceedings when you and George Wagner got a dissolution. And does that appear consistent with what you just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And again, there's 10 pages that actually amount to the dissertation that you had with the court, correct?
Yes.
And actually, George's attorney asked you some questions in the courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can just turn to page, I think it's 8. And again, this is questioning by an attorney for George, Attorney Moore, correct?
Yes.
And I'm asking you if you read the agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you did that voluntarily, and that you did it in that attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And you signed it. And that it calls for supervised parenting time,
Yes.
correct? And then it goes on to talk about the property, have you gotten everything from the property, and you say yes. And it talks about health insurance, and then they ask you if you want to keep your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, that is the extent of, when Mr. Nash said there was all the details of that agreement were gone over to you with you by the court. That in fact is not true, correct? In the courtroom, you were just asked by George's attorney if you had signed the agreement, and correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we already indicated that the agreement says that you will have supervised visits as agreed to by the parties during reasonable times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also, there is nothing that happened in the courtroom or in that agreement that states anything negative about you as far as why you have to have supervised visits, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, your belief was not necessarily that George had to be the one supervising, just that they would be supervised, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also, that was something you told BCI, correct? When
Yes.
they talked to you about your agreement. And that you believed it was temporary, correct?
Yes.
And that you had been unable to modify the terms of the agreement.
Yes.
And you also, again, had discussions with Hannah Rhoden about that very thing, that you had been tricked, that you thought it was temporary, but now he was refusing to go to the 50-50 that he promised you he would, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was back in 2015, before any homicides had occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that when you had cut your wrists while you were living at which location? Bethel Hill or Peterson?
Bethel Hill.
Okay. And was that during the first time that you stayed with them or the second time?
It was the second time.
Okay. And that you indicated that George was wanted to take you to your sister, or to send you off to your sister in Tennessee.
Yes.
But Angela found you and made you go back home.
Yes.
Where did she find you?
We were driving down the driveway.
Okay. And so she told you guys not to leave, and so you didn't, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who was driving at that time?
George?
So did you get any help
No.
at that time? Okay. And you were asked about calling or having to ask permission from George if you could use his phone to call your mother. And apparently he wasn't at home at that time?
I guess so.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of that?
No, not really.
Okay. But suffice to say, you had to ask his permission to use his phone to make phone calls.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. You were asked about a conversation that you apparently had with somebody named David Jenkins. And you
Yes.
indicated you had a perfect life with your husband and you screwed it up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I believe when you were, again, talking to Hannah, you talked about having conflicting feelings. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you still had feelings for him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Though you didn't understand it, you acknowledged that you had those for him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was after you had left, after your marriage had been dissolved, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And likewise, do you still love your mother?
Yes.
Okay. Even though she was not protective of you?
Yes.
You were also asked if you indicated to BCI that this smacking with a belt was initially playful, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying that it was initially playful, but then it wasn't?
Yes.
Okay. And you told BCI that he smacked you, correct?
Yes.
And that you then told him he had just signed his divorce papers?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us if, and that they tried to get you to go back in the house,
Yes.
and that Angela threw a 2x4 at you,
Yes.
and that she threatened to get a gun,
Yes.
and that you hid under George's truck,
Yes.
and that you then waited until it was dark and rode your bicycle to the station, the gas station, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's safe to say that even though you loved George, you were not willing to put up with him being physically abusive to you.
No, I will not.
You were then asked, first of all, you testified on direct that you did not call the police and were even offered by the cashier to call the police for you or let you call the police,
Yes.
correct? Okay. But you did not do that.
No.
Okay. Likewise, there was questions about a very long discussion you had with your mother and some of the Wagners about potentially filing charges against your molester, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your choice was also not to do that, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, you indicated that there were 5 of them that arrived at the station, correct? 4
The-
Wagners and
Yes.
Hannah, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if they were all telling the police something?
I just know that they were all in a,
Yeah, that's a yes or no question.
Go ahead and answer.
no.
Okay. What did you see? What did you observe?
All 5 of them around speaking with the cop.
Okay. And you were also asked if you actually pled guilty to a charge. And I believe your testimony has been very consistent that you believe to this day that George dropped those charges, correct?
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And you also were perplexed why you had to pay money if something was being dropped, correct?
Yes.
You indicated, or you were asked about a conversation that, well, first of all, when you met in the park prior to the Wagners going to Alaska, was it your understanding that they were moving to Alaska or just they were going there to check it out?
They were supposed to just be going there to check it out.
And after they checked it out, did they inform you that they were taking your son and moving to Alaska?
No.
And you were asked if George offered to fly you out there with your daughter. Did he do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, I believe your response was you didn't feel like dying.
Yes.
Explain that answer to me.
Well, that was after the murders, and I'm not gonna go all the way basically across the whole U.S. to go to a place that I am not familiar with my infant daughter there, with no family or friends, nobody that knows where I am or what I'm doing.
Okay. And in fact, at the time they were in Alaska, there was some media surrounding them at that time, correct?
Yes.
You were asked if you told BCI that Billy would be the one in charge if he was around, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your answer to that? Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. And then I believe you indicated that Billy was seldom around, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if Billy wasn't there, who was in charge?
Angela.
Okay. Obviously, Jake and George are her children, but by that time they were her adult children, correct?
Yes.
Okay. you don't know, to this day, you don't know if the Wagners, if any one of the Wagners had anything to do with you being pulled over that day when you left their home after visiting Bullvine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, you don't know to this day if somebody at the Wagner residence put drugs in your infant daughter's system.
What is it?
To this day, do you know whether or not one of the Wagners put drugs into your infant daughter's system?
I don't have any actual facts, no.
Okay. But again, both of those just coincidental
Yes.
because you had been at the Wagner residence on both situations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked this great lengthy delay. Isn't it true that you told BCI you left around 3 p.m. from the Wagner residence, and at 6:30 is when you noticed these issues with your daughter?
Well, it's leading, so I'll sustain the form of the question.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the time that you were at the Wagner residence versus how much later you would have taken your daughter to the emergency room?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's about 3 or 4 hours, I believe.
Okay. And you were asked about discrepancies between what you told BCI and what you told us, and specifically, I think that was regarding Billy Wagner. When you lived on Peterson Road, would he be gone often?
Yes.
Okay. And you participated in approximately 5 interviews with BCI, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how many you
No.
did? Okay. But you cooperated and talked to them?
Quite often, yes.
Okay. And you were consistent in everything you told them as far as what you are telling us today, correct?
Basis for that.
801, that's the 801 prior to
Well, that's exactly the,
Well, I'm going to rule the objection.
did you tell BCI the same things that you've told us here today?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically that you felt you were tricked into the agreement with regarding your son, correct?
Basis is.
Can we approach?
Yes. So I'll sustain an objection to the last question.
Okay. Ms. Clater, did you, you were asked about the time when Angela Wagner would talk to you and George about the sexual activities you were allowed to participate in and those that you were not, correct?
Yes,
And you indicated that it was during your second stay with the Wagners versus when you were 11 or 12, correct?
yes.
Okay. And specifically, was it before or after you were already married to Mr. Wagner?
It was already after we were married.
Okay. And can you tell us, is what you've told us today also consistent with your conversations with Hannah Rhoden?
Yes,
Okay. And specifically, were you showed those things until you came to court today and were actually on the stand?
yes,
Okay. You've seen them previously because you were engaged in the conversation, correct?
yes.
Okay. Okay. You became aware through Hannah that Jake had choked her. I believe you read that for us, correct?
Beyond
Well, I'll allow it as foundation for something else, but I don't want to go over
Okay.
everything she went on direct, so.
Okay. Well, based on, well, first of all, when you were assaulted by George and Angela and threatened by Angela, was George and the other Wagners present for that?
Yes.
Okay. Very
For
much.
the threatening, no. It was just George and Angela out there.
Okay.
Jake was working on his truck.
Okay. And based on the conversation that you had with Hannah on the day she was choked, were other Wagners also present for that?
objection.
Basis.
Was this witness present when Hannah was choked?
I'm not sure what conversation we're talking about.
Well, it was one of the conversations, Your Honor, that was read by Ms. Clater.
These are our Facebook conversations.
Yes.
So you're asking me what question?
If based on that or in that conversation, did Hannah indicate if others were present?
Objection. Beyond
Okay.
Beyond the scope of cross-examination, it's just new material that just keeps coming out.
Well, not really, because, I mean, you don't want me to talk this piece here. I mean, there's some testimony about the tolerance of the Wagners of abuse, and so just wanted to
Well,
inquire about
I'm going
that.
to sustain the objection.
Okay?
We need to. She's redirect.
Okay. Again, Ms. Clater, you were asked about caring for George at the time that you wrote that, and I don't know that there's a time on that. But is it true that you had made a decision that you would not stay in the relationship after he hit you?
Yes.
I have no other questions, John.
Any recross, further cross?
Is this beyond incorrect?
Ma'am, you were asked questions about, I guess, your restrictions that were placed upon you while you were living with George. Do you recall that on the question you just had?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that anything like that about who you were talking to or where you were going, all that happened after you were caught up in your affair, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked whether any DNA results were shared with you. I believe you even told me on cross-examination you didn't need to see that because you knew that the child belonged to George, right?
Yes.
And we talked about your ability or you getting a new place, or once you did, then you would, I guess, modify your visitation or custody agreement, right?
Yes.
But you neglected to do that until BCI told you you should go ahead and do this now, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in that court proceeding where we were talking about all the details, you were asked whether or not you actually reviewed the agreement regarding your son, right?
Yes.
Okay. So while all the details may not have been said in court, you were asked if you reviewed the agreement and you were aware of what was in it. And you agree?
Yes.
Now, here may approach.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 5. Ma'am, I'm going to show you that. Do you recognize that document, or could you look over it and see if you see your name and recognize what it is?
Yes.
Right, what is that?
Disorderly conduct, I am assuming.
Okay. Hold on to that. Let me show you what has been marked states or Defendant's Exhibit 6. Would you take a look at that and look at the last paragraph? What does that say?
The defendant is hereby found guilty as charged, and the clerk is ordered to transfer the fine and costs in the amount of $214 provided by law, as provided by law.
And at the very top of that document is going to be the court in which that paperwork was generated. And which court is that?
Adams County.
All right. That's the court you were summoned into based on that charge, right?
Yes.
And after this dispute, who's the one that's continuing to help you go back and forth to court and pay your fines?
But I didn't go to court for this.
You didn't?
No,
So you're saying you've never seen that finding of guilty,
no.
and your name is on it, right?
It's printed on there, yes, but not by me.
And you're saying that you paid a fine, though, and the money was given to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we talked about, and speaking of this, we talked about charges being dropped. Isn't it true that you had a protection order that was issued against you?
I believe so.
And that was a protection order that a court had issued George, right?
Your Honor, again, this is beyond anything, any place we've been.
Well, we talked about dropped charges.
Well, that would be before the charges were dropped. It's beyond anything we've done.
I'll allow this.
You're aware that there was a protection order issued against you, right?
Yes,
And the protected party was George?
yes,
And at one time, George had told you that this was dropped, right?
yes.
Okay.
I got that. Well,
Ma'am, could you check that and see if you see a defendant's exhibit 1 there?
This one?
Yeah, is there a 1 in there?
Yes.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm going to remark that as defendant's exhibit 4. Can I see that? Thank you. Ma'am, earlier you talked about your age and George's age at the time when you moved out or started living at the Wagner residence on Beth. Do you remember that?
What is it?
About George's age?
When we were younger?
Yes, when you stayed out on Bethel when you were 11 years old.
Yes, I remember talking about it.
Okay. And are you aware that George's birth date is October 6th of 1991?
I thought it was 90.
Okay. And you were out there in 2003, you believe then that his birth date was, he was 15, right?
Yeah, 14 or 15, yeah.
But that would be wrong, right?
Well, yeah, since I thought his birthday was due 1990.
All right, thank you.
Any further,
Nothing.
anything further from the state of this witness?
Just 1 second, Your Honor, please.
Ms. Claytor, on the day that you, first of all, do you have the defendant's exhibits up there?
Which one?
You have the one that,
These ones?
yeah. this is a waiver for a disorderly conduct, correct? As
Yes.
opposed to a domestic violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know what you were charged with?
I thought it was domestic violence, but apparently it wasn't that.
Okay. And you were handed these pieces of paper. Is this the first time you've ever seen these pieces of paper?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, do you have any recollection of going before a judge and signing that piece of paper and then paying a fine?
In front of a judge, no. The only paper I signed that has anything to do with that night was the paper that the cop had given me that night.
Okay. So kind of like if you get a traffic ticket, you have to sign for it,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And apparently some minor misdemeanors. So when you went to the building that you were dropped off of by George, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So he was not present inside the building with you?
No.
Okay. And do you recall what you did when you went there? Like, who did you give the money to? And did you have to sign anything at that time?
I had given it to a lady through the window.
Okay. And then did you have to sign a piece of paper or anything?
I gave them the piece of paper and the money that George had given me and signed a receipt and walked out.
Okay. And on Defendant's Exhibit 6, can you tell us what the date is on that?
And it says filed December 4th, 2014.
So this was resolved before you signed any separation agreements, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever have to go to court or do anything else regarding that violation?
No.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
We have nothing.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. It is about 16 after 4. It seems like this would be a good time to just quit for the day unless counsel for either side has some reason not to. I'm not hearing any. So we will be adjourning for the day and be resuming tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. The jury, again, is admonished, you're going home, of course, and tomorrow morning at 9, you'll be back at the jury room. You'll be brought up here by court personnel. While we are on recess until tomorrow morning, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You're to do no research of any kind concerning the facts or the law of this case from any source at all. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports or any accounts of this case from any source at all, and that would include internet sources, Facebook, other social media sources. It would include print media, such as newspapers and the like. It would include broadcast media, such as television or radio. All of those are forbidden. You're not to endeavor, not to review, read, or listen to any of those reports or accounts. And you'd have no contact, of course, with any participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything else before we recess until tomorrow morning at 9?
The state has nothing further for today.
All right, then we are recessed until the morning.